Hey, YouTube. Let's go. I love it. Thank you, guys. You are on the freaking ball, YouTube. Holy hell. I wasn't expecting much attention. This was very impromptu. The wife had to talk to me today before I did this live, so it was a little short notice. I apologize for that. But today is probably not going to be as exciting as others. We're going to kind of just solidify what we did yesterday. Lex, you probably already know. Riley, what is going on? But we are going to do some other kind of work. I apologize. I do have some laundry going in the background, but we're going to hopefully lay down the font that we're going to use for DVII-50, right? We need to figure out what we're going to do for faceplate color. We have to pick a faceplate color. So we're going to show a couple of those things off here in a minute. So first of all, or foremost, let's just kind of solidify what we did yesterday. Yesterday I don't even have that thing on. My apologies. Hold on. Bloop. There we go. So yesterday we drilled a bunch of holes. You can see here I have this thing in place, just more of a test fit again to make sure it's all going to work out. Behold. Grant is in the house. So yes, this thing is ready to actually get some real work done on it. I have not had much of a chance to put together like a lesson plan, if you will, which is unfortunate. Today at work was a hell of a freaking busy day. I did talk with both John and Andy this afternoon. Another reason why I'm also late, because I spent a good, probably a good hour on the phone between the two of them. So I got off the phone with Andy, and I talked a little bit with him about the transformer and the transformer set that I had sent him. So to clarify a couple things, because some of you are on both channels, but to clarify some things. Both of those transformers came from two totally different projects, okay? Whoop, whoop, wiggy diggy, what's going on, man? Both of them came from two different projects, okay? Not the same one, two different ones. One of them was a backup for the last giveaway build series I did, the Peacemaker. One of them was the power transformer, was in case the one that I was intending to use for that build series didn't go the way I was hoping. Mullet, what's going on? we are getting there. We are getting there for shizzle. And then the output transformer is one that actually started life, believe it or not, on this guy right here, on the Atlas. Now, with the Atlas, originally I was trying to run 6L6s with that. It did not work very well. At least I wasn't happy with it. It worked, but it didn't work. Ultimately, I just kind of went a different direction, and the way that the amp really kind of wanted to work, it liked the higher output impedance. So right now this thing is using a 7.7K like JTM45, like an original JTM45 style output transformer. So it is a little bit, I don't know, it just went a different direction. Sometimes that's the direction that amp wanted me to go down. So in either case, we need to figure out what faceplate material we are going to go with. I have 4 options, 1, 2, 3, 4. One of the 4 I'm not looking forward to, so I'm going to kind of push a little off on that, even though I know most people probably want it. Ooh, okay. Placed all new tubes on my PV. Ooh. That's not a good sign. Without really being able to tell you or get in there and hear, see, and all that fun stuff, there's no way to know for sure. It's either biased way too cold, your phase inverter tube is no good, because generally that one will, that affects the whole of the output section, or something else took a dump. Maybe the effects loop could be cleaned on that. That might help too, just in case. So you can try bypassing the effects loop with like an actual cable. Do those little things first. Try not to play it too loud, but always make sure that it does have a load in there. Unfortunately, I can't really troubleshoot from 30,000 feet until I get a 30,000 foot view. But that is a bummer. That sucks. It sucks to spend money and not get a result. And it could also be that, well, it's making noise, but if it's not making a good noise, something else is going on somewhere else. So one way you could troubleshoot that is to put your old tubes back in and see if that changes things. It could just be that you got a bad set of tubes, but it's tough to say. Okay, so as I mentioned, one of the, you know what? Fuck that. We're gonna have a drink. One of the faceplates I'm not really looking forward to using, but let's get them out for you real quick so you can see what options that we have. So we've got this, which I believe is our black with white background, and I'm gonna set that there. And then I have the other one, which is white with black background, and that is this one. So this is white with a black background. We have the stuff I'd prefer not to use, which is this here, this gold color. And then they have this more, I like this one. This is my favorite. That's me. Those are the colors that we're gonna go. Those are the colors that we have to work with. Now it's a little bit confusing when you're looking at the white and the black one here, because the black one is black with white writing, okay? So just think of like an actual like high watt. The white one will have black writing or black background, black lettering and stuff like that, black logo. That one is one of my favorites right now. This one here I know works really, really well with my laser burner. So this one here is like it's a nice Marshall color of gold. It's like the earlier Plexi Marshall kind of colors. This one also does black. It looks very similar to the Atlas back there. I like the orange. It's not really as orangey. It looks definitely more bronzy when you're in the room. Now this stuff here, it looks amazing because it is a nice brushed gold color. My laser burner doesn't work very well with it though. It will burn it, but it doesn't burn it as cleanly as it does this stuff here. So I'm kind of leaning against this one. And that's just based on my experience with it. For whatever reason, my laser burner just doesn't do well with it. But those are the colors. I am leaning towards not going with this bronze color, but going with the white with a black background. Because I'm hoping that our Tolex color is probably going to be a pastel kind of color. I'm thinking like a light blue, like a baby blue. Or maybe, not teal green, but I'm thinking baby blue is what we're going to put on this thing. That's what I'm kind of leaning towards. But we do need to pick a Tolex color as well. So keep that in mind when you're thinking of these. They do need to be pretty neutral to whatever Tolex color we choose. All right, so I'm going to put these aside for now. We'll come back to these in a little bit here. Because I keep opening the wrong damn drawer. So other things I have been up to, I've mentioned that I have done some work with let's see here, where is it? This, I want that up, and let me get that going right meow. Okay, so what we are looking at over here, or now I should say, is the bottom and the top for the amp, right? So this is the cabinetry here. So this is Carvico. This is the software I use to design the cabinetry. This powers basically my CNC machine. More or less what you're looking at is the top and the bottom, and you can see those are the holes there for the bottom of the chassis. So when I mean the bottom of the chassis, I literally mean the mounting holes, right? Those guys there, the little guys on the bottom. All right, easy enough. That's what goes on. These guys here are the holes for the handle. So this is kind of upside down right now, but you have to imagine I'm taking I like the black and the white, Lex. I'm totally down with that. But we do got to clarify, white with a black background. So that's the way I'm leaning right now. So in these things here, I put some T-nuts, and it gets inset into the wood a little bit. And then what will happen is that I will place a piece of walnut over this, so you won't see the holes and you won't see the T-nuts and stuff like that. So do keep in mind that there will be a layer of walnut inside of this thing. And so there is some space built into this. I don't know if this will let me. Yes, it will. So you can see here, I built about a 32nd of an inch on either side of the chassis. So that way we can, it's not gonna let me do it that way. So that way it'll float around in there. I leave a 32nd of an inch on the back because I do wrap the back with Tolex. little things like that. And then one of my things that I've been doing lately is this little channel that you see right here. Well, it looks like a rectangle to you, but it's a channel to me. I tuck and roll the Tolex into that, and then by the time you get a 1/16 of an inch, right? So this is the bottom side of the channel, this is the outer edge. By the time you put the Tolex in there and then put another 1/16 inch of material on the face of the amplifier, it just covers that up. So that's what that's there for, and that's why it's like that on both sides on the bottom. So this is where I'm going to put the hole. Remember, with the Peacemaker, we had a problem with that. I had it like over in here somewhere. Obviously over there did not work very well. This is a nice wide open area. Whoa, nice little flash. Nice little open area, and it's close to the front, so you can actually get your fingers on it. So this is where the little magnet's going to go. I'm not going to do all that wacky stuff where I run the wires through the bottom of the thing. I'm going to put it on the outside edge and run it in that channel that I will already very conveniently have placed there anyway. And then it'll run up the side and into the pockets for the LED lights. I'm not going to do the backlight on the mirror this time. I need more time to kind of develop that idea and how to power it. It worked well enough with the Cerberus doing it that way, because you know, one of the transformer was stuffed so far over to the side that you couldn't see where the cable came out anyway. In my amps, I usually leave a little more space, so I need to, you know, plan on that. So let's open up another model here, and I think it's going to be under L. So please excuse me for a second while I go through my thing. This is it right here, sides and back. I do not want to save my changes. So this is what the sides and the back look like. Same, just, you know, this is what's going on. So this rectangle that you see inside of the rectangle, that's where the mirror goes. So that's the inlay for the mirror. And then you can see I put the overlay for where the chassis will actually sit in the space here. Those little channels there are where the LEDs will go. And then in the back, you'll notice we got another channel. That is the channel that this guy will sit in. So this thing all interlocks together. It'll have 1/4 of an inch of overlap on the bottom and top that will go over the top of this here. So all that's kind of factored into this. Do all the math and everything works out. So this frame will be very sturdy. I do glue it and screw it, so it will have screws and glue on all that. As far as I know, it's as strong as it needs to be. So that's the stuff I've been working on in the background, or back end, I guess, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out. And I think it doesn't show me that, does it? Because I put actual size. So down here, we got light burn. Now, this is what we're actually here for. So I kind of guesstimated where these ones were going to be for the effects loop and the bypass, the polarity, effects loop. I'm guessing. I don't know for sure. I think I got it right. But this is kind of how I do it. But the spot that we're really all kind of looking for is right in here. We need to come up with either a font. So if you have a font that you have in mind, let me know. I'm really kind of aiming towards black and white. So black lettering, kind of like what you see here with a white background. I think that'll hit really hard with a, you know, like a pastel kind of color, a baby blue, dare I say. With the baby blue and the aluminum and the walnut, the stained walnut, I think it'll be a pretty sexy looking, very classy looking for sure. But the gold will also work really well with the walnut and with the pastel colors as well. Again, kind of aiming towards baby blue. I haven't decided yet how I want to do this. Historically, I've put an L on the back somewhere, but you can see it's getting very, very tight over here. And this I need to update anyway because it's 3 amps slow blow for America voltage, but at 230 volts it would be 1.5 amps. So I need to figure out a way to do that a little bit. That can be updated. Everything up until the effects loop I know is spaced correctly. So what I need to do is select like that guy, which is there, and see what its measurement is. It's gonna make me work. I went actual size and it's making me work. So it is located at 4.8125 inches. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Let me do some work here. Where it gets tricky is I got to measure everything from the other side. So I have it at just over 4.75. It's running out at more like 13/16 or something like that. So I gotta remember what I don't remember what 13/16 or whatever the hell it is. So we're gonna go to here. Sorry, so you get to see that for a second. And then let's just do this. Let's just make sure. So 8125 is 13/16. Imagine that. So I kind of got it right on the money anyway. It was a pretty safe bet anyway. So obviously we got that done up correct like. So I want to go back to the other thing though. There. Okay. So I'm pretty certain that these are spaced correctly. One other way I can do that is to go to this one and see that it's at 7.6396, which is a little over ½ an inch. I think it's like 5/8 or something like that. Or what was it again? That would be the far one. Oh, that's not going to work because those are grouped together. That's why it's so weird. So let's do this. Let's ungroup them and reselect this one. So that one is at 8.2021, so right around 8 1/4. And it's not quite that. It is at basically 3/16 thereabouts. So 8 3/16. That might be right actually. Hold on, let's find out. So 2021. Yeah, it's right in here. So 13/16, 3/16. It's right in between these two values right here. So it's very, very close. Maybe what I'll do with that one is I'll shrink the hole down a little bit so I can enlarge it if I need to when it's in the amp. That's the downside to doing things in the order in which I did it. If you do it from the template here first, so if you make it with this first, and this is done to a level of perfection that you know will work because it's lasered out, right? Well, then you can transfer all the holes over to the real thing, and it's a much, yeah, you know. So yeah, let's work on some fonts for this thing here. So the layout on this I'm pretty solid with. I'm pretty certain that this is going to work. So I don't necessarily care if we put legacy amplification up there. So if you have a font type, let me know. But I'm going to select this, and we're just going to go through whatever fonts I currently got. Obviously, Arial Black is probably not going to work, but let's just go through what we got here. So that's Bank Gothic. That's the one that I had there. I don't mind that one, actually. I think that's a little too sci-fi. Obviously, that can get shrunk down to fit. Let's see here. That ain't going to work. Arial's just too boring. I remember an alien font type, huh? So Arial Black, everybody's always like, use Helvetica or something like that. Somebody gave me some shit because I should have used like Helvetica on some of these other ones, but I didn't. But, you know, whatever. I went through some of these. I didn't really see anything that stuck out. I ended up getting that Bank Gothic font just because it was a pretty professional looking one. It wasn't ugly. I don't know. So I know there's only like a few of you on here, which isn't helping anything. 6 of you. Between the 6 of you, I know somebody knows what font I need to use. I just know that you know what font I need to use. And for sake, if you get up there. So the Bank Gothic Light, that's a little too thin. That's just normal. I think that's more or less what I had though. That's the mid. Calibri is more or less the same. I don't like the light. No, we're not going with Cambria. There we go. We're doing that. Hey, what's going on, Sloth? You made it before the end of the show this time, dude. All right, let's see here. Constantina, nope. Downlink is kind of neat. That's kind of a little more alien-esque, if you will, or very 1980s. It's a little too round for my flavor. I'm not into that, but I mean, I don't know how exciting it's going to be, really. Alien font into Google. All right, I'll type alien font into Google. Let's go, alien font. 80 plus free alien fonts. Let's go alien fonts here. Okay, yeah. See, and I have something similar to this one. I can almost get on board with that one. I have one that's similar to this one as well. So alien fonts is very like 1980s, like retro wave, I guess is what these kind of seem more like. I kind of like this darknet, to be honest. We're not doing the alien Ravager. I'm gonna grab this just because I like it. I don't want to do that though. I like you guys, but not that much. That's kind of interesting. That won't work though. There's not enough clarity in the font type. Even though with DVII, I don't think it's gonna matter. You like the darknet? Yeah, I like the darknet. That one's kind of cool. Click Google Images. All right, Google Images, alien fonts. All right, hold on. Let's just go back here, and then we're gonna go images. So you're thinking kind of like that almost then too, huh? Is that what you were thinking about? Because that's what I would think about with the alien, or something like this here, Lost Space. Yes, very. Alien Resurrection. Not that. Not that. This one kind of stands out to me. I do like this one. It's just, I don't know how that would work with, again, it's not going to matter because it's just DVII, but let's see if we can find this one here. Vector stock? I don't know how that's going to work. Well, you would send me to a spot. What is that? $14.99 for pro license. Download sample. Well, that's gonna have a thing in it. That's not gonna work. Let's see here. What about this one? Licensable. It's gonna be the same. Shutterstock. Stock illustrations. Why are they trying to sell freaking fonts? I don't understand how you can sell fonts. I guess the guy that actually invented the Windows fonts or whatever lived in Santa Barbara for some time. I don't want vectors and stuff like that. That's the thing. So hold on. Let's go back to normal. We're gonna go back to all. 1001. Whatever. I want to opt out. I want to opt out of everything. Confirm. Whatever. Induction is kind of interesting. I'm keeping an eye on the chat over here. If something pops up, I'm pretty sure Red 7. I like how it's stylized, but that won't work. It's a little too extreme. Wonder Woman font. Aliana. I'm not liking it. And I know as you get past these pages here. Luke! Alright, I think we're done here. Look up True Type fonts. I have plenty for free. True Type fonts. Alright, let's see what we got here. True Type fonts. Wild Wild West. I think this is where I went to actually get the one that I got, because I remember some of these. But this is Font Space. TT Fonts. There we go. I think that's what you meant. Go! Oh, I see. Yeah, it's going to be like that. Search. Let's go alien. And I said go! It's not going to do it. It's going to be like Futura and stuff like that. There it kind of goes. Eh. I'm not liking it. This is not where I want to be. Let's see here. The quick brown box. Search over. We want. I'm gonna try retro wave. I like retro. I like retro wave. I'm a 1980s kid, so let's see what they have. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought they would have. Metaverse. What? All right, hold on. Let's do something else here first, real quick. Let's get into my downloads here. I'm going to first and foremost scan with Malwarebytes, and it says, sorry, scanning the file system. This freaking second, let's go. It's trying to scan for an update. I don't want to scan for an update. I just want it to scan with Malwarebytes. Yeah, I know. So get it done. Oh my god, it's gonna make me work. It's gonna make me work. Whatever. Let's just freaking do it. I'm gonna be. All right, there we go. True type font. Okay, it's a true type font file. And let's see here. What is miscellaneous? Nope, don't need that. These ones don't actually give you the freaking install option. There it is. All right. Install. Click. All right. Let's get out of that. We're getting out of that. All right. Sorry, guys. It's not doing what I want. Let's do this. I'm going to go back to home. And we're going to do retro wave fonts. And this one actually seemed to produce some pretty decent stuff. But when it goes retro wave, it's like literally retro wave. That's kind of funny. Like that's like very 1980s. Luckiest guy ever. I'm kind of liking that first one that we chose. Let's do this. Let's go back to. Are you still working? Yes, I'm still working. Now the challenge is that I got to get those installed on this guy. So I kind of did it in the wrong machine, to be honest. So hold on here while I work my problems out here, because I need this one. I think I can do it from here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get crafty for a second. Let me see if I can move files around. So we're gonna go here, and I'm gonna open up this, and we're gonna go to downloads, because why not? Let's just see if I can click and drag. Ah, it's not gonna let me do it. That would be too easy. All right, hold on. I know what we're gonna do then. Hold on a second here. We're gonna go to my. I'm gonna bring this over. It's just quicker and easier. My apologies. I'm gonna go to Google Drive, and then I'm gonna go to new folder upload, and I'm gonna go new folder, cancel, not that, new folder upload, and that one. I said do it. Click, done. Blam. All right, and we're gonna go to here, and let's see here. Get in. That's not what I asked you to do. That. And then we're gonna go my drive. Ugh, it was right there. I want that. Yes, you can see all the shit I was working on. My apologies. I don't do a whole hell of a lot other than this kind of crap. Zipping one file. What is it saying there? Preparing download. It's going to do it. All right, so let's get out of this. Let's get back to this. Well, no, that's not going to work because I need to be actually in here. And it has not done it yet. So you can see there's the Paint Gothic one that I did. There it goes. So now what I want to do is extract all. And then we're going to go click. And where is it? Install. So I just learned. Remember the Alien movie? They went down. LV. Oh. Yeah, it does kind of, huh? So I just learned. Spent electrons. Good to see you. You're coming into a very exciting episode of watching me move files around on my computer. But we have done a thing. We have done a thing. So that was dark net. So let's get out of this. And let's see here. We're gonna go there. And now we're gonna go back into this. It should automatically upload into here, but let's find out. Hopefully I don't have to close this. There it is, darknet. Blam. I don't mind that. Except for the D, it doesn't look like a D though. That's the only thing that's a bummer. Like I say, there's not a whole lot of letters in here, so it's like, I like the font, but without the D, it just looks like a backwards C. Maybe that won't work. I don't know. The downlink is kind of similar. Kind of similar. It's not a square, but you can see that I'm obviously kind of into that style of thing, though. I have some other stuff that's kind of similar to that as we get further down. It's like this, I think, is like one of them. Grand Sport or whatever the hell it is. So it's similar-ish. Yeah, that one. That looks racy. I don't like the italicized, though. Magnificent font kind of looks okay. Magnificent 7. I didn't have that up here, though, did I? No, we hadn't gotten that far. So I'll have to probably find that one. This is Helvetica. That's what Helvetica looks like. I can't do that one. So Magnificent 7. There's one other like rando one, Neon Robot. Yeah, that one won't work. Obervon. Yeah. Comic Sans. This is another one that's kind of like that. Comic Sans. The Saber was one that was kind of... So the Saber Shark is probably possible. If I don't know that I have one in not italicized, though. If it weren't italicized, I think I would like it. That one. Damn, I didn't realize that font pack was like loaded with every freaking style known to man. Stars. DVII. There you go. That's kind of similar. It's very similar. I wouldn't mind Supreme. Actually, this one I like if it wasn't italicized. And I don't think you can break... Yeah, right? So this is what I ended up using for the Peacemaker, was this font right here. Verdana, of course, Wingdings. And that's it. All right, so let's find that other one, that Magnificent 7. Let's see if we can find that one. So I want to not use that laptop. I want to use this one. So we're going to get out. Frickin' hell. It's going to make me work today. Magnificent 7. 7 font. Thank you guys for participating with me. Oh, Okay. That would look great for the Peacemaker. Yeah, for sure. 80s fonts give a high gain look. It does, actually. Well, you can see I'm kind of drawn to that style anyway. So that's why I was hoping like retro wave would be kind of there, but it looks like alien font's going to be more up the up that alley anyway. So let's see if this place has anything else. So I like that one that we pulled down, Darknet. I prefer the skinnier version like this, but I wish the D was closed up. That's the only thing I don't like about it. I think that would be a little too confusing. Like it would look like a C. And that's just me being nitpicky about it, I guess. And is it not going to let me go? That is Space Tech. Demonic Tail. Demonic Tail? All right, hold on. Let's try that out. Is that the tail font? Let's go. That would help if I didn't put a freaking extra character in there. Devil Tail. Whatever. Is it Devil Tail maybe? Nitpick? Yeah, right? Oh, so it's a little heavier. Yeah. That might be a little too dark. That Darknet is the one. I do kind of like it. I want to find the Darknet with the closed end on there. I know we can find something similar. We'll go through another couple pages here, and if we don't, I'll put that one on the short list. Robo Girls, let's get it. Let's go. Neon Rave, that's a little too 80s. Beyond 2025. Neon Android is kind of... No, it's... So, damn it. Oh, I could cheat, though. If I put an I in front of the D, that might make it look more like a D. Hold on a second. Hold the presses. Let's see what happens here. So I'm going to get back into the freaking thing. Sorry. I shouldn't have gone to actual size. I'm just going to shrink it down so that we can actually see it. It's a little squashed now, so my apologies. But so this is Darknet right here, right? So let's get into my font editor. Let's go to this. Is that right? Yeah. And then we're going to go I. I'm going to put an I in front of it. That kind of makes it look like a D. It's a fat, round D, though. Right? Hold on, I can move it, I think. Let me get back into this. So I'm going to move it down here so we can actually see it. Erg! That won't work. It would be cool if it would work. Unfortunate robot. Yeah, right? They need to work on that one. Well, given this scenario here, I would prefer it without the I in the front. It was a clever idea, but that ain't going to work. This very much reminds me of like the DeLorean. Ooh, wait. There's got to be a freaking DeLorean font. Hold on. DeLorean font. Yeah, that's right. Let's go. Ooh, almost. Rust-proof body. I like that. Duh font. Fuck you guys and your damn cookies. Ah, no, that's a little too rounded. Not good. All right. Hold on. Let's get down to the bottom here. Go back to page 1. I wonder if there's like any other freaking... That Darknet is the one. Let's see if we click in on this, if it has anything. I really like that. Is there any similar fonts? Oh, they do make a... Which one did I get? Did I get the italicized or not? I prefer the italicized in this case. I think it'll make the D a little more noted, if you will. Let's see here. Download. Okay, there's that. And they don't have similar fonts, do they? Oh, those bastards. They're missing out. Like right now. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, even in Lightburn, I could probably add like, you know, a little line that goes in there. But then I gotta work. Like I could probably even just take like the eye that we have and then just move it in, like physically move it in on it so it just closes it up. I think with the italicized though, it makes it a little more apparent that it's a D and less of a C. I mean, that's just me being nitpicky, but let's get into my thing here. And we want to go to my, there it is. This looks like that's interesting. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Install. It's ready. It's already on. Oh. No, it wasn't. I might have hit on it twice, is maybe what it meant. Okay, whatever. Let's get out of this. So let's go back up to this. And let's see here. No, that's not installed yet. Either that or it takes a moment. Maybe it takes a moment. I don't know. Darknet italic. Okay. Yes, I do. There we go. Okay. We know it's installed. It's installed, so I either need to wait for this to update. Work is awesome. I wish I could say this is work. This is more fun for me. I'm just glad I have somebody to feel my pain with me. So that is one of the biggest hell like things to do. Like you can see I'm using two different fonts even for the front and the back. So on the front, I like bold. I want you to be able to see clearly what it is, even if it's like a slightly darker stage. But on the back, it's not quite as important. So you can see I'm using a slightly lighter font. I'm using the bold on the front and the light on the back. And it just allows me on the back, God damn it, if you would, to fit more data. Because on the back, I have to fit more data. You know, I generally have a little bit more of an open space in the middle, but then I put the handcrafted amps, I put my logo, etc., things like that, right? Like all that stuff is there, but I have a much tighter margin on the back because it is closed up on both ends. So on this upper lip here, there's a piece of the back plate that comes down 1/4 of an inch into the back plate. So even my thing will just slip right over the top of these. And then on the bottom, I use a 1/8 inch fascia piece. And you can see it just sits right on top of that fascia piece. So I lose a bit of real estate in the back. So that's another reason why I use the thinner font, is it just doesn't eat up as much space. But I want my italic to show up, and I don't know how I'm going to pull that off. Maybe I need to come out and do something else. Or what I can do is this. Hold on, I'm going to just do this. I'm going to close. I'm going to exit. It's going to ask me if I want to save. I'm going to say no. And then I'm going to go back to Lightburn and see if it updates. Okay, so now we got to go work. Where's my recent projects? There it is. And it should be this one. Okay, and then we're going to zoom in on it. And we're going to select that guy. We're going to go here. We're going to click in. We're going to go to here. And now I can arrow down. And I don't see Darknet italic. Maybe it only gives you the option for italic. So let's do this. And then I'm going to click italic. That's what it is. All right, so it just plops in the italic option for it. I prefer that. That is a fact. Now, I'm gonna be a dickwad, and I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna click out of that right here, and I'm just gonna go I. Right? Okay. Then I'm gonna select that, and hold on. I'm gonna select this. Nope, not that. I want this. Shift and this. And I want to align. I guess it doesn't matter. top. There he is. Haha. Get out of this. So what I could do is be a dick and do something like that. All right. And then what I can do is, since that is still selected, I can move it to the same layer as, which I believe is layer 9. Yeah, 9. Right. It's showing the other spots that it won't mess with, but that is an option, and I don't have to make it fit in like that either. I could be a dick and change its sizing a little bit, but I would prefer that if it were all black. You know what I mean? Like if I, hold on, let's do this here and this, and then I'm going to group these, and then I'm going to move them down. So imagine that whole thing is just blue, but you can kind of see why I would be more into that, where it looks very clearly like a D. But let me ungroup these and select that. Even if it were out of the box a little bit like that, I would be more into it. I don't know that I can move it very clearly. It's going to make me work. No, that's about as close as I'm going to get it doing it that way. And then we'll do shift, that, and that one. So something like that. It makes it look bigger, but now you can see why I would want to move it in a little bit. I'm pretty certain that if I took this thing and moved it in, and that didn't like that because, you know, why wouldn't it? Like right there. That would be kind of cool. Click, and then we're gonna go this crap again. So don't mind the white. I'm pretty sure it would fill that in, but I wonder if I can. I'm just gonna move it to a different layer, and I did move it to a different layer, but now it's not a fill. It's set for line. Oh, I moved it to the wrong layer. That's why. Let's do 19. 19. It helps if I selected it. No, there's just 19, not a layer. Come on, move it. There it is. That's what we want. Then we want it to be fill. There it is. So something more like that, right? Would you agree? Maybe not. It would be kind of cool too if I could make it so that this was smaller, so there was like an empty line in the middle. I don't think it'll matter that much, but I do like this font. Let's see what happens if we change this one to the same font. This is Bank Gothic currently, so if I go to Darknet, I don't know that I like that for my font. It's cool and all, but it's not very professional, I guess is the term I'm looking for. I don't know that I want to put legacy amplification there. I kind of do. It is my amp after all, but the north and south tines. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like shrinking this thing down a little bit so there's like a little gap here and a little gap there. I kind of like the Bank Gothic, but I don't like it in italic. So if I do the font for legacy amplification, this is what I would do. It looks professional. I could do II. Let's see here. Let's get back into the font editor here. Click, and then go II. Well, so that is lowercase. So even uppercase, it doesn't change the case. And I don't know if it's because it's set for bold or not. I kind of prefer the bold if I was going to do it, but so it doesn't do the small i's. Now I could, did I not select in on that? Is that what it is? No, I did. Back. Let's see what happens if I go 1, 1. Yeah, so the 1 even looks like an I. So that's just the font style. So II. Oh, that's also Y, uppercase. Hold on. Click in, and then back, and then II. Nope, that's not it either. That happens if I go 1, 1. Same. So it does not matter. It wants II. Dang it, you mother trucker. That's what it is. That is the font, period. It doesn't have any types other than either italic or not italic. That almost works even. That's almost kind of interesting in a sense, but let's get it back to italic. I prefer the italic. I am not stuck on having this one here. I'm going to go output. I'm going to turn it off. Oh, fuck you. I think we're just going to have to delete that one, to be honest. It's going to make me work either way. I'm not sold on having that there. It was just a nitpick anyway. I'm not against it. I would prefer to make one that is really small that fits in there, but I'd have to play with that. That's something I'll have to play with you guys not here. More or less, I would just put another eye, shrink it down so it fits into this zone. So it'll be a much smaller thing, or I'd have to go in and just actually create a little shape that's like that. Or figure out and confirm for fact that if I put the eye in there, I kind of like your idea though. I think you're right. Like the small gap in there so you can see a space here and on the top and the bottom. Let's just see. I bet I'm going to do this. All right, we're going to go here. We're going to go A. It's going to pick the last font I used. I'm going to go I. And it's going to put it there, but I'm going to put it on the number 9. Oh, I got to get out of that. Rules and stuff and things. We're going to put it on 9. All right, there it is. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock the, or unlock the sizing. But what I'm going to do is just shrink it down and hope that that works. So if its height is 0.351, let's make it 0.0125. And I'm going to hit enter and it's going to do something weird. Obviously that didn't work. So 0.0125 is too small. So let's just go 0.125. Let's see what that gives us. All right, that is something. All right, and then what I can do is turn off the italic. Urgh, damn, that italic really helps. But now I can kind of see how I can play with it. And then I can do distort. So I can actually well, I don't want to rotate it, but I want to slip it. And I don't know that I can slip it. I can. Say what? I want it right. I'm gonna have to zoom in on it more. Let's get out. All right, that is cool. I didn't know about that feature. I never played with that knob before. And does that look about right? Right there, yeah. Yay, nay, or do I need to move it back so it's in line with the backside there? Hold on, let's see what that looks like if we do that. I can tell it to center this too. That's not the problem. I can center it up and down, left and right. That's pretty dang close though. Oh, I prefer that. I don't know. I can make that gap a little bit smaller too, or larger. So hold on. Let's go. So it set the height at 163. I still kind of want it to be 125. That's going to change my whatchamacallits a little bit, but yeah, so it changes my slip angle a little bit. But that looks more appropriate. There it is. Something like that. Done. Now, I could be a douchebag because it does seem like this type of font wants this thing to be off center. So if I do, let's see what happens if I move this like just down a little bit. Like, I gotta zoom in on it, of course, to get the finer angle of the dangle. Like right there ish. And I think I gotta slip it, something like that. Is that, or do we want it center like we had it? Now it looks like a G, huh? No, I need to center it. So I'm gonna see if I can Control Z a couple things. There it is. All right. I can make it taller. I think that's actually, yeah, that's still the 125. So I can make that smaller, whatever. I think that's where I want to go with it, though. Would you agree? So now the next thing that we need to do is take that and shift with this, and then we're gonna go group, because now we got to shrink it into this space here, right? So now what I'm gonna do is, I can't remember what that space was, but I want to maintain aspect ratio. And then I think, let's click out of that, let's click back in. So its width is 2.8. I thought it was like 2.5 would fit, but let's go with that and see what we get. 2.5 I think is correct. Yes, 2.5. So those circles that I have around that are the circles that are basically, this is the outer ring of the pilot light here, and that's the edge of the knob. I concur. Okay, cool. So what I think I did, if I'm not mistaken, I did. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is go back out. I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to shift that, and then I'm going to tell it to go center. Yes, center. And I also want it to go center in the other orientation. So that, and that's center. Okay, so that. I kind of feel like I need to close that up a little bit, like make it a little bit larger, but that is kind of what I'm looking at right now. Would you concur? I see a couple concurs. There's at least 2 of you out of the 8 that are watching this right now. Tell me if you want the legacy amplification there or not. I kind of feel like, get over there. I'm trying to get it. There it is. All right. Bueno. So if we can get some positivity on this tonight, I might try to burn a test piece out tomorrow. So what I'll do is I'll take like a trash piece that I know I can get rid of. This stuff is expensive, by the way. I kid you freaking not. So this right here is good for 2 pieces. So I've already used 2 out of it, but I've already burned up a whole other sheet of it. So this one sheet that you see right here, this one sheet is about 30 bucks. And that one sheet will get you about 4 faceplates. So it costs about 5, 10, no, 10, a little over $10 a piece. So like $12 a sheet, or $12 per faceplate. So it's not exactly cheap to fuck up. You do not want to goof up. Sloth says bueno in some rando font. What I think I'll do off camera without you guys, I mean, that is pretty dang good right there. I think the slip angle is pretty dang close. It looks like it is to me. And it obviously, we know it's centered because I centered it to the thing. So, oh, darn it. So yeah, I'm quite smitten like a kitten with that. I'm happy with that. I want this font for that. The only thing I have to do at this point now is figure out where I'm going to put this L. I'm not too... No, never cheap. Very true. I don't mind. I mean, that's just kind of the cost of doing business. I mean, you see like the CNC Titan. I don't know if you've ever watched them or not, but if you're interested in like anything that's mechanical or into that kind of stuff, Spent Electrons probably watches CNC Titan quite a bit. But CNC Titan, like their whole thing is how fast can we chunk, you know, this material out, and they'll destroy material and bits. And some of these bits they're using, I'm sure, are, you know, $100 or more a piece. Yeah, well, I hate messing up though. That's the thing. I'm one of those types, I literally will measure 5 times and cut once if it's that mission critical. This thing is mission critical, but the faceplates really aren't. Like, it's, if it costs $100 in faceplate material to freaking get it right, so be it. You know, at that point in the game, it's, you know, put it on top of amp, big. Lots of scrap. I've fucked up some shit. And for the stupidest reasons too. I actually have a video of me banging out one of my earlier prototypes, and everything was going good. I have a semi-rigid machine. It's a router table. I call it a router table. It has a real, you know, I don't know what you want to call it. It's got a real machine in it. It's a real machine, but it's not super hyper rigid. But it took the 1/8 inch bit that I was using, and it dived it in, and then the piece that it was cutting out started to lift up, and it got to a spot and it pinched, and then it just went bink, and you're like, no, because it was like almost done. It didn't hurt anything. Like the job itself was fine, but you know, you bust up a $2 bit and you're just like, dang it. But the whole thing is the time. The time is what really kills. So I think I'm probably going to have to move this like over here is what I'm guessing. But here's the challenge. I only have 15 by 15 space in my machine, but this is a 17-inch wide piece of material. So you can kind of see the pink lines there? That is pretty much the edge of what I can cut out. The reason I can get away with like over here, how they stick out, is that I basically just move this line over so it aligns with that, you know, this outer edge over here. Problem solved, right? That line it cuts all the way through, but it's meant to just be a score line for me to be able to finish off the remaining 2 inches that I have to do. So I get about an inch on either side that I'll have to cut off. So I do have to mind my P's and Q's about where this guy goes. Again, it's not the end of the world. I don't really want to put it right here, but that will work, because I do need to make this say, I need to figure out a way to make it say 1.5 amp or, you know, whatever. So I probably will have to alter the font size to make it smaller so I can fit 1.5 amp at 230 and 3 amp at 120. Or I can just put a sticker there. To me, that's kind of a little bit of a cheating way to do it, but it's been done before. If you are recollecting any of the Ken Fisher amps that came out, the Trainwreck amps, never measure, cut once, get ready. Sometimes you just got to throw a fucking Hail Mary, right? But he used, what are those freaking things where you click and it presses into the plastic? There's a term for it. I can't remember what it is. It's not the P-Touch machine, and I can't believe they got away with P-Touch as the name of a machine, and it still sticks to this day. But I can't remember what that thing is called, where you squeeze it and it's got like the little dial, and you pick the letter every time and you click it, and then it advances automatically. Then you change it to the next one, you click it, and yada yada yada. That's what he used to put the labeling on all of his amps. On the front, he actually hand burned all the wood. Now I am not against doing that one day. It's just really, really hard to find. That's not true. I'm lying. That's a bullshit answer. Let me tell you what I mean. So I was going to do an experiment, and I got 2-inch. Is this 2-inch or 1.5 inches? I think it's 1.5 inches. Looks like 1.5 inches to me. 1.5 inches. What do you know? My eyes are better than I thought. So this is an 1.5 inch wide strip right here of walnut, but it is 1/16 of an inch. No, I'm going to double check. I'm pretty sure it's 1/16. It might be an 1/8 inch. My apologies. So I would love to make a faceplate out of this that is 1/8 of an inch. And then you can't see what I'm doing, so hold on so I can make it so you can. We're going to get rid of that one. All right, right? So, and then you CNC like an inset where the knobs would go, and then maybe I would just burn, the master volume or high cut, low cut, or burn all the way through all the different holes. But obviously where the knobs go, I would have to cut back a little bit or get rid of the material altogether so that the knob covers the front part of it, and then this just slips over the front. I've thought about doing that so I can have a wood plate. Looks more like a 5-inch wide. That's why. Right? It's 6 inches, baby. I mean, it's 9 inches, baby. She's never seen 9 inches in her whole life, probably. Long like a tuna can. I tease. All right, so let's go bloop there. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. We have done now everything that I have wanted to do Why is that on over there? Hold on, let me get that going. Cool. The scan was good, by the way. No viruses. That's what she said. Do you ever watch that? Was it Blazing Saddles? Excuse me while I whip this out, right? And then they had the other one where all the ladies are sitting in a little circle at the campfire, and they're talking. He was at 6 inches. He's only like this big, this big, and 6 inches. That was. If you have not watched Blazing Saddles, you must watch that movie. That is a bucket list movie to watch. Blazing Saddles. You cannot get that kind of comedy today. I would dare say that the last kind of comedy like it, the freaking slapstick, knee slapper shit, like the one-liners and all that, the last one that got away with it was probably Tropic Thunder with freaking Robert Downing Jr. playing a black dude in blackface and all that. Like, that was the last time you could get away with that. Hands down. Where the white women at? Exactly, that one. Where all the white women at? That is probably the best freaking movie ever. Fucking Mel Brooks, dude. Is he still around? I think he's still alive, isn't he? I can't remember. I don't know. Mel Brooks is amazeballs, though, man. That guy is freaking funny. I'm disappointed. I keep hearing rumors that Spaceballs 2 is coming out. There's no point in it. Like, you cannot do that movie. Suck, blow. You cannot get that done again. I see your Schwartz. No, you can't do it. Young Frankenstein. High Anxiety, like all those freaking Mel Brooks movies, man. I got it. I don't got it. Oh, he passed away. Damn. When did I miss that? I swear to God he was alive not too long ago. Must have missed it. My apologies. May he rest in peace. Funniest man known to man. So, no John Candy. No, please. Yeah, right? I remember when he passed away. What is it? Wagons East or something like that was the movie that they were doing when he passed away. Get Smart was, what was the one? Or, Don't Throw Mama Off the Train. I don't think he was in that one, but that was, what's his knuckle? From, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. But, I don't know. I love all those things. Airplane. Oh my God. I picked a bad week to quit sniffing glue. And then what was it? The Mood Shack Bootiac or whatever? I know how to speak jive. Like, come on. Some good stuff. God damn. We messed it up. Whatever the hell we did, we messed it up. I don't know where we went wrong, but we talk about freedom of speech over here in America, and holy cow. Congrats to Afro Man for fucking cleaning house on his freaking little gig. I don't know if you heard about that mess. Short story. Freaking Afro Man had like a bunch of cops from wherever he lived freaking raid his house. They were looking for sex trafficking victims, kidnap victims, and drugs and stuff like that. It was like, yeah, come on, like Afro Man who's married and all that bullshit's and kids in the house is gonna be pulling that kind of ring out of his freaking house. So then he made that movie, Lemon Pound Cake. He kind of did it in the style of, and then I got high, and then I got high. He did it in that freaking amazeballs. They didn't like it. The cops did not like that. And they got their ass handed to them in court. The judge looked like he was pissed, though. Oh, my God. This motherfucker won? Whatever. No plaintiff verdict. Sometimes you just take it all the way home. And I love that he knew he was going to win, too. He was like dressed to the nines in an American flag suit or whatever. He knew he was going to freaking win. Walk Hard was a good one. Yeah, the Dewey Cox story. That's pretty good. All right. 99 right now. Mel is still... I knew he was alive. I knew he was still alive. 99. Hell yeah. Well, yeah. I don't want to blame anybody. I know that, like, Gen X, I'm Gen X, but I know that we kind of fucked our kids up. Like, we did not help things. We brought on the area with our children of the the attendance awards and the participation awards, and we made things so easy for our kids that the millennials turned into little brat asses. And I'm sorry if you're a millennial, but the millennials are just spoiled rotten. They're just spoiled rotten. Then the millennials go and have kids, and it gets even worse from there. It's the Gen Xers' fault. We were just so metal when we were kids that, you know, it was like, whatever, man, try to do whatever the hell you want. So we birthed a generation of entitled children. And now we can't have true freaking First Amendment rights, damn it. Unless we're Afro Man. If we're Afro Man, then we can sing naughty songs about cops. Although I don't even know what the cops were thinking. Like, it doesn't actually like pinpoint them per se. Like, you know what I mean? It's not slandering or this, that, or other. It's just singing songs and kind of portraying them in a way. So I don't know. There is just no humor. Yeah, no. Oh my God. So here's the only truth I can say that I know is factual about lefties, because I've had it. I've seen it and I've experienced it myself. And, you know, I'm right leaning. I'm sure you guys know that, whatever. But the lefties are always the first to name call. All right. You can have a very peaceful argument and you can be doing your thing, but the very first person that's going to call you an asshole, a dickhead, a dumbass, you know, whatever, all the slandering slurs that you can possibly think of. You know you're dealing with a lefty the second they call you that. And then the argument's over. There's nothing you can do at that point. So I'm just saying, it happened to me multiple times. And trying to be like having cordial A-B conversations. You're a dumbass. You don't know shit. You're a freaking idiot. You're a freaking retard. Oh, racist. If you're righty, you're a racist. So sorry that my first best friend ever was a black dude. Damn. Anyway, enough of that. That's not what we're here for. I am super excited. I think we have some places to go. We're going to get there. Bury them with, it's not even that. Like, I know that they have some virtue signaling is obviously kind of a coexisting thing, but they want to maintain this idea of I am just because it is for the people. But there is bending over backwards too far for a problem that doesn't exist. It's literally when you're a hammer and everything's a nail, that's what I kind of feel like the left is. It's like everything's a problem and I'm a hammer and I'm going to nail it. But the problem is that not everything needs to be fixed. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So, I don't know. Some things just need to be left alone. But, yeah, I'm certainly not a racist, right? It's logic. I think that's where it really comes down, is just the practical logic of things. I don't buy everything that's being sold to me, right? You know what I mean? Like, not everything that I'm being told, regardless of left or right, I'm not buying it. There's bullshit, and it rolls down hills and picks up pebbles along the way on both damn sides. I'm just trying to get up on the side that doesn't have the most amount of bullshit lined up on it, right? You know what I mean? So, like, if shit starts piling up more on one side than the other, you're going to start climbing up the other way because it's furthest away from all the bullshit that's rolled down the hill. Make sense? That's where I'm going with it. Anyway, I'm not a political channel, so we don't really do that. I try not to choose sides. I don't want people to know that. I don't really care. I know that people know. Obviously, it's kind of out there, but I'm just saying that logic prevails. So I'm not necessarily going to just go right just because that is what I am. I will be honest in saying that I voted for Obama. Whoosh, whoosh. You learn as you get older. I was a younger kid at the time. I didn't know, right? So, you know, it wasn't at the time. It was just like he was the best candidate. And I felt like maybe he was the best candidate. The second term is when I started realizing, like, FERC, that was a dumb idea. But you don't know until you make those mistakes. As we've already learned, you got to measure at least 5 times before you cut once. And if you don't do that, you're going to get scraps. So yeah, I was definitely wishing that my vote could have got pulled on that deal. But first time I wasn't so bad about it. The second time around, I was like, wait a second. I got duped. Yeah, no, very true. Well, no, anytime I see somebody that is so staunch in that regard, then yeah, I'm, purple, the dyed hair with nose rings and stuff like that. the Karens of the world. Yeah, you already know. But I don't know. Like, I'm not exactly happy with what's going on currently. Like, I kind of feel like there's a better way to deal with a lot of the situations. I get what he's trying to do. They all have friends. And they all have friends in high places. And they're all going to do things that benefit their interest, right? And it's extremely difficult. The one thing I've learned, I'm here on a channel that has 3,000 some odd subscribers. I probably just lost half of them right now. But when you cannot please all the people all the time. Like, if you make a decision that is like buried in logic, like you can't swim out of it, it's so thick of logic, there's still going to be this group of small people over here that will just literally battle the ever-living shit out of it. They will fight you like they are America and just obliterate you and try to cancel you, all the above. While the other 70% of people are completely, complicit and fine and everything else with your decision. And I say complicit because they are literally like right behind you going, yeah, this is great, I love it. But it only takes that small few. I have a rule, and I use it for sound all the time. So when I was a sound engineer, I used to go by the 7 out of 10 rule. So if you were like, how do I get rid of feedback, right? I'm just picking a random topic, but let's say I want to learn how to get rid of feedback, right? You can go to 10 different websites. If 7 of them say, do it this way, right? It's pretty much the same. Like, there's no other way to explain it other than do it this way. And the 7 of them are that way. And the other 3 are completely out in left field another way. Those 3 out in left field are probably not the way to go, right? You do the 7. So you do what that is. So then I applied that rule to, a good sound engineer is one that can make 7 out of 10 people in the room happy. The other 3 can go fuck themselves. And that's really all you got to do is make 7 out of 10 people happy. If you can get the 70% mark, you've probably hit gold. Like, that's fucking platinum. Because the 3 people, they're never going to be happy anyway. There's always the audiophile guy, and I'm putting my hand out in no man's land. It's over here, but I meant to put it right here. There's the audiophile guy that thinks he's God's gift to sound and knows everything about it, how it's done, and why it should sound good, right? He doesn't know or give a fuck anything about all the physics that fucked your entire life to make that show be what it is. The things you can't get away from at all, right? Like, sometimes physics cannot be beaten, right? Then you got the guy that is just the know-it-all anyway and knows that he can do better than you because he's better than you because he walks on this earth. And then there's the other guy that just doesn't know his whole, a hole from his ass, right? A hole in the ground from his ass. Like, there's just the guy that just thinks that whatever. He just doesn't know. If you can make 7 out of 10 people happy, you've done a freaking platinum job. So that's why I say the other 3 can go fuck themselves. Yeah, it'll be well over 50 watts. It'll be at least 50 watts, guaranteed. Based on the math that's going out right now and maths, like, you can't fudge the math. I'm not faking the fucking math. Based on everything that I can suss out, it will be 50 watts of clean freaking power, but it will produce at least 50 watts of shit and get. And if you didn't watch last night's video, you wouldn't even hear what my 20 watter would do. And if you didn't watch the video before that, you can't really see it, but actually, no, you can. It's this one right here. That one right there is my 50 watter. That's actually a 50 watt amp. you go back a couple videos, you'll see that one. It's called I Do High Gain as well. I just do it differently. That amp is in there. That is 50 solid watts. The amp that I'm making is a beast. It has a transformer that trumps that one. It's probably almost twice as big as that one. So this one here is a 275 milliamp, if I'm not mistaken. It's right close to 300 milliamps. The one that's going in the giveaway amp is a 575 milliamp. Freaking huge. This thing's a beast. It's big as my head. It's pretty big. I got a block. I'm not going to say extra gain stage, but this one only has technically 3 gain stages. 4 if you want to count the phase inverter. The phase inverter is a part of where the distortion is coming from in this amp. In the one that I'm creating, it has 4 gain stages, but the phase inverter is not meant to be a part of the gain staging, if you will. I say that because I'm not really intending you to drive it to the point where the phase inverter is getting distorted, right? It's meant to be preamp based distortion. So it should be relatively close to that. So if you go back a couple videos that I've done, you'll see this guy and it'll give you an idea of whereabouts it'll land. It'll be a little bit more ornery than that. I can tell you that right now though. And then if you watch last night's live for this video series that you're currently at, you'll see this guy here, my little 20 watter. That guy there is still pretty freaking mean. And you get to hear it. You'll get to hear both of them dime, like literally all the knobs, all the way up, all the way across the board. You get to see it. And 50 watts will be loud AF. I don't even like being around my 18 watters. Now, obviously, they're not going to, the 18 and the 20 watters and whatnot won't do true cleans at band level, I would say. You know, if you're doing a church gig, sure. Yeah, they'll do clean and they'll be extremely happy. And I dare say that if you're a pedal guy, because I do try to design my amps to be pedal friendly, if you're using pedals, it'll get more than loud enough for you to enjoy using those pedals, and even in a band situation, but certainly in a church situation. But these newer amps that I'm working on, dude, yeah, right? 15 watts is tits, man. I think that's the magic number. 30 watts I kind of feel is like the end of the road. Like, you don't really need more than 30 watts. If 30 watts isn't going to do it, 50 watts is probably not going to work for you either, because I kind of feel like 50 watts is literally the end of the road. That's where you're looking over the cliff, right? When you get up to 100 watts, yeah, sure, you might think you like the headroom, and maybe that's what your crutch is that you think that extra 50 watts is getting you somewhere. It buys you a little bit, but not that much. Not so much that it's gonna, I don't know. Players that actually utilize 100 watts worth of power, they obviously cannot live with anything at 50 watts or below. Anything below 50 watts, they will never live with. If they're actually able to utilize and enjoy what 100 watts will give them. I will get into 100 watt amps eventually. I'm not doing that now, and certainly not for the giveaways. Or at least not this giveaway. We'll see about where it goes once things start building steam. I haven't found a way yet to make YouTube kind of pay for all this yet. We're getting somewhere. I made $130 last month for the last 3 months prior. So what I'm saying is that it took 3 months to accumulate $130 worth of payout this month. So total payout from YouTube, grand total, has been like $250 so far. So obviously $250 basically takes care of one of the transformers for the last, set of amps that I've given away. So yeah, it is for bigger gigs. It's certainly not for bedroom playing. The studio artist I think is gone. The Tim Pierces and the, Pete Thorns and the Sean Tubbs and all those guys, like they are eating the ever living shit out of the studio world. Steve Lukather even, like those guys are getting all the freaking gigs that pay, period. Like there's no one else on the lower end that's really in the game that's getting what they're getting to do those things. And I'm not bashing on them. That's not a pointed like whatever. It's just the fact of the matter is those guys are so freaking good and they can do everything that they're asked to do. That why would you argue with it, right? If you're a Class A artist that needs a freaking backing track done, or XYZ solo, whatever it might be, why wouldn't you call Tim Pierce, right? You're gonna call Tim Pierce because you don't have time to fuck around, and Tim Pierce's price is worth it if you're gonna be putting out a freaking multi-platinum album, right? So some of the other guys, there's not a whole lot of studio musicians left. Ooh, V4s. Yeah. Yeah, and they are ridiculously heavy. Ain't you a lucky motherfucker with 2 V4s sitting around? This one is not going to... I'm shooting for about channel 3 territory on a V4. If that is any indication of where I'm hoping this thing will end up. I don't know if it'll quite get that far, but that's kind of the end of the rope where I'm shooting for, is the channel 3 of a V4 amp, diesel V4, except for I'm not using cathode followers in my amp. I hate cathode followers. We're not doing that, right? Line 6, like, come on, like, okay, truth be told, sorry, I didn't mean to clap and like plop your ears, but truth be told, I have worked with a band for many, many years that it's a father and son act, local to my area. They've been doing, gigs in my area for the last 20 years. When the kids, it's a real show now, by the way. It took almost hour and a half to get the fucking burp. There we are. Anyway, the first show that they did, like, homeboy was a teenager still. His son, and obviously 20 years later, I mean, his son's more of an adult now, a father probably, but they still do the father-son thing. But they run, I shit you not, they've been playing with the same freaking Line 6 Veda 2s since the beginning of time. I think that's what they still use now, are those freaking Veda 2s. They are very hard to beat. They actually sound pretty good, but not great. Good. I'm going to say good, but not great. Oh, okay. V4s. All right. You're still a lucky fuck though, man, to have 2 of those. Hold on a second while I do some housework over here. I want to have towels for later when I take a shower. So I need to put towels into the drying machine. So I apologize. Give me a second. This won't take long. Doing work with friends on the YouTube. All right. Click, clack, bang, boom. It's about time for a new belt in this guy. I don't know what it is, but I'm one of the luckier motherfuckers on the planet. Let's get this out of here. We don't need to see this anymore. Blam! And we don't need to see that either. Click. All right, I'm just gonna live down here. Sorry, this is where I'm gonna live. We're gonna get to see this crap for now. So I have a washer and dryer that are the Speed Queens. No, what? They're the Kenmores. I shit you not. This freaking washer that I got has been around for probably 20. Yes, I'm still fucking working. Leave me alone. At least 20 years. That thing is like, it just will not die. 49 years? Holy cow, dude. All right. And it's still freaking kicking? Hell yeah. The newest one? Okay, hold on. Wait, the newest one. What do you mean? Are you talking about the V4s or this one here? Sounded alright. The Vedas or whatever. As soon as they got rid of the Veda line and they dropped, so when Reinhold Bogner kind of sold out and did I can't remember what line it was for Line 6. I think it was part of the Veda series, or was it the DV series? Those DV amps that they made were actually freaking cool. I really liked those. I never owned one. I wanted to though, but those Those ones were actually like, I don't know if you ever recall those, but the Line 6 came out, I think it was called the DV Mark or DV, no, that's Mark base, but maybe it was DM or DS. I don't know. There was a series that Line 6 came out with, but it was actually changing signal paths, and it wasn't digital in that regard. It was literally component level. When I'm talking component level, like they were literally changing out components in that thing. So if it works, it works. Yeah, that's really all it is. But they were expensive though. It was like the Dream Rig, I think. So it might have been the DR series or something like that. But they called it the Dream Rig for a while. But it, you know, modeled. They say modeled, but it actually changed physical topologies for like 2 or 3 different amplifiers or something like that. And then it had a Reinhold Bogner designed like output section for the 2 amp power set, which is kind of bullshit anyway. I think it was just a marketing thing. They didn't do, Reinhold Bogner doesn't do anything special for the output section. Sorry, he doesn't do anything funny or crazy for the output section. I know that he's noted for using like the ferrite bead on the input. I hate to say it, but it's just a choke, so it just resists current. It gets rid of RF noise. That's all that does. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't do anything for the sonic quality. Like, there's things that they do for reasons, but not for the reasons that you think they do it. It just turned out to be a thing. And then, you know, where he's using 2 different capacitors stacked on top of each other. You had like the orange drop and then this weird ceramic or something like that. I honest to God think that some of that stuff is done to just literally confuse you and make you like think something else is there that isn't really there. It's like a juke. Like, oh, I'm gone, right? I think that's what it's for. I can tell you right now that Alexander Dumble did it for sure. Ken Fisher, I'm not going to say that he was filling you full of smoke and mirrors and all that other bullshit. Like, he had some oddities to him, but how do you explain it without being a dickwad? He had a lot of weird oddities, right? He had like this thing where he would play music that was akin to the feeling that he wanted to evoke in the amp, right? He had this thing where, you know, like this juju or mojo or something was going on. And he did this whole thing where like the physical placement of the part within the amp, like that angle of the dangle was like, that's what made the amp what it was. Things like that I kind of feel were kind of the sprinkling, that was the salt boo or salt bay shit, right? No, modelers are not, they're not the answer. Finds you and offers, no, I will not sell out in that regard. I would love to have certain parts slammed out for me. Chassis, I would love to have somebody snap that chassis out for me and have it arrive at my place with every hole perfectly aligned exactly where I want it. I would love that. I don't mind that shit at all. Making the chassis does not make the amp. I hate to say it. I don't give a fuck what you think. This chassis does not make the amp. All right, all my little micro mistakes and stuff, all the little micro scratches, you know, all the holes being off by a freaking millimeter or something like that, does not make the amp sound the way it makes it. You know what I mean? So there's no difference between me making this or having a machine stamp it out in one freaking, you know what I mean? If they can pull that off, I would be all down for it. And even so, it cost me $100 to get the box. So what I mean by that is this thing without any holes in it whatsoever cost me $100 freaking. You know what I mean? Like this thing right here, no holes, nothing in it, cost me $100 fucking. How many weeks have I been fucking with it? What? I mean, I spent 3 videos just poking holes into it. How many hours has that been? I've spent at least 10 hours poking holes in the freaking thing. How much is that worth? How much is my time worth? Right? So, send them my way. Let's go. 3D CNC. Damn. shipping. I don't know, man. Australia, that's where the effects loop came from, is Australia. Then, yeah, Australia. What's the other adjacent like country with you guys? It's not technically Australia, not the Netherlands. I feel like an asshole right now because I should know. I can't remember the name of the other country that's like above you guys, just like off to the left, like detached from you, but it's still kind of considered. New Zealand. I apologize. Right. I think that's actually where it's from, but it's still considered Australia or something like that. I could be wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong. I love Australia. New Zealand. Thank you. Okay. So I am right in that regard, at least. I think that's where it actually came from. Damn, son. I know, right? But, I would love to have somebody bang these things out for me. And if it cost me $100 to get that chassis with all the holes in it, I would be down. And if it costs another $25 for shipping per unit, I could care less. I've spent 10 hours drilling holes in it, and let's just say I knew exactly where every hole needed to go. It is still going to take me at least 2 or 3 hours to drill that. If I am billing myself out at $50 an hour, which is probably a realistic cost for what it would cost to have me at my level and or someone else that should be doing it at my level, $50 an hour is about what it would cost. That's still another $150 on top of that, even if I can get it into 3 hours. So that means it's still $400 damn near to bang out just the freaking box. So we hate them. Why is there so much animosity there? What was it? So when I was in Sweden giving away the Peacemaker, they do not like the Danes, apparently. I didn't realize there was that much of a difference between the Swedes and the Danes, but there's some thing going on there. I don't know. Not my thing. I do not know enough. I am not that culturally invested to know. I love Australia, and anything attached to Australia I think is freaking amazeballs. I love watching Skynet News. Oh my god, that chick is fucking on point. I love her. Lefty's losing it when she does that series. And she's from India. Like, it's so freaking amazeballs to listen to somebody from India like come in there with a freaking straight up Aussie accent and just freaking slay on lefties. Give it to me. Let's go. But I would love to have that stamped out for me. That would be great. The stupid wire. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. It's probably gonna cost more. I need to get in touch with Metropolis, or no. I think it's Metropolis. What is the amp company that's out of Modulus? Excuse me, Modulus. Rita is so. I love her, dude. Modulus is out of Europe, England area, I believe. It's been almost 3 weeks now, and I still have not heard if they are going to do anything with the order that I put 2 orders in for 2 chassis. I got one in this size, and I got one in my smaller size. So I have a large box and a small box chassis version is what I'm calling them. I only did that because Marshall did a large box, small box thing. My large box is 8 inches. My small box is 6.5. That's it. It's the only difference between them. No, she does not hold back. I love it. I love watching that news series that she does. Everything she does is freaking spot on. But just the country in general. Like, how the fuck do you guys end up with every freaking thing that wants to kill you? Like, how do you guys live in a place that everything... I'm shocked that there isn't sand there that can freaking kill you. Just saying. Oh yeah, you don't touch that sand there. No, that'll kill you right there, nar. That was a horrible accent. Don't listen to me. I love the way you say nar though. Nar. But I'm shocked you guys don't have freaking sand that tries to freaking kill you. That's the only thing you guys don't have is sand that tries to kill. We do. We got sand that tries to kill you. You ever heard of valley fever? There's another form of it. I can't remember what they call it, but there's some sort of fungus that lives in the dirt in some area here. And if you ingest too much of this dust or whatever, it pretty much kills you. It's a slow, horrible death. Yeah, right? Come on. Spiders, like the freaking bats, like everything. Just freaking everything tries to fucking kill you over there. Can't go in the freaking ocean because there's freaking sharks, there's fish, there's freaking box jellyfish the size of a quarter you can't even freaking see in the water that freaking try to kill you. Everything. Everything tries to kill you. Yeah, right? No, hike, swim, fuck that. I don't even freaking stay in the middle city. I'm gonna, like, literally in the middle of the street where nothing can touch me. I'm afraid of the damn flies over there. Motherfuckers probably try to kill me too. Like a horsefly the size of a fucking fist comes in, lands on you, like, sup, bitch? I'ma eat you now. You call that a knife? Here's a knife. All the above, man. Holy hell. And every day they're finding a new fucking species over there too that'll freaking kill ya. Everything. I told the story the other day. So we used to have a, when I was in high school, we had a teacher. We called him Dr. Death. He was actually a doctor, but we called him Dr. Death. And it was because everything he talked about was about this thing that would kill you. We were like, yeah, I don't use freaking conditioner. That shit'll kill you. Why would you use conditioner anyway? It's just putting oils that you just washed out of your hair back in. We did an ice cream party, and you know, ice cream party, you'd bring little sprinkles, right? He took the sprinkles away, and he's like, oh no, this contain XYZ fucking na. They'll fucking kill you. He didn't say fucking, but he's like, it'll kill you. Everything would fucking kill you. I believe he was a biologist. He was known in the area for like whales and stuff like that. So he'd go to the beaches when there was a beached whale, and he would do all the biology shit that they did. But I'm pretty sure he's dead now, because everything will fucking kill you. Shocked he wasn't from freaking Australia, to be honest. Oh, gee. Because you can't live anywhere out there. Are you kidding me? You guys got, well, no, that's not true. But I mean, I know that a lot of your area is pretty much almost uninhabitable or something like that, right? Like, it's just so hot and arid and everything else. Like, what the fuck are you gonna eat that doesn't want to eat you? Oh my god. That's why I love freaking Australia. You know what else I love about Australia too? Phillip Island. So Phillip Island is one of the last races of the MotoGP season, and there have been so many races decided at that freaking beach. And it's just crazy to watch, like, these guys fly over that freaking hill. I can't remember the name of that specific turn, but they dive up over the hill, and all you see is a freaking ocean and all the birds just flying away as they get scared because the bikes are cresting this hill. It's fucking nuts. I love that. It's a beautiful country. And then you guys got the I can't remember the name of the freaking opera house that you got there on the beach there, but fuck, you guys got some killer architecture and stuff like that too. And just some of the smart shit you guys do. Like that whole city that's like built underground and stuff like that, where you could just dig your own house. Like, that is some cool stuff. If I could go there, I'm not certain I can go there. I do have something on my record. It's not that bad. It's nothing to write home about. But I know that Australia is one of those particular places. Japan's one of those places. But I have a couple bucket list places. Italy is one of them. Australia is one of them. And Japan is one of them. Like, those are the three places I want to go. I've been to Sweden. I've been to the Jamaicas twice. I need to go to Hawaii. My grandfather lives in Hawaii. I need to go to Hawaii. So Hawaii is also on the... So 4 places I have to go. Oh, that's not cool. I don't like that, but I will be sure to watch it this year for sure then. I haven't been keeping up too much the last couple years with the races just because I'm really not a Marc Marquez fan, and I'm not really a Bagnaia fan either. Like, they're just not the racers. I was happy that Jorge Martin won last year. I'm bummed that he made the decisions that he did. I kind of feel like he should have just stayed where he was at, but I don't know. I was definitely rooting for Jorge Martin for the last couple of years, but I'm not a Bagnaia fan, and I'm definitely not a Marquez fan. So, essentially, once God damn it, his name just slipped my mind. Valentino Rossi, once he left the sport, it was just kind of like, do I really want to watch it anymore? Like, who's gonna? I thought Maverick Vinales was gonna be kind of his like protege. Maverick is kind of like still finding himself. Then I saw Jorge Martin kind of doing what he does, and I was like, dude, he's gonna be the one. And he did. He fucking won on a freaking satellite machine, pretty much. Like, it was basically a satellite machine. So I'm kind of bummed that he went the direction he did. He caught a bad deal. Like, he should have been with Ducati. I love Ducati, but I think they're cheating. Like, they do this crap every so often. Yamaha was given the freaking nerf. The reverse nerf, if you will, right? Ducati was nerfed for a while, and now Ducati's the reverse nerf. I kind of feel like Aprilia is going to be the next reverse nerf, right? Honda and Yamaha are just getting the shit kicked out of them. Kawasaki gave up. Suzuki gave up. So Kawasaki and Suzuki aren't even in MotoGP anymore. So you can't even really call it MotoGP anymore. But hopefully they get the rest of them back. I don't know. I think until they pull their heads out of their asses and the FAA or the FIA or whatever the fuck organization owns them now. I'm pretty sure it's the FIA, but whatever organization owns them gets their head out of their asses and just realizes like these bikes don't need fucking aero anymore. When you start hearing about riders being like, yeah, I have to hang behind this guy to keep my tires until the end of the race when maybe I can have a chance at punting past him. That's the end of the sport. Like, when aero has gotten to the point where, you know, the riders can't even run low tire pressures and all that shit, get out of here. Not riding a bike anymore. So, yeah, Rossi was the boss. When they had less rules, that was when it was boss. Like, I remember the era when it was still, you know, Mick Doohan and all them motherfuckers, where it was just knacks down the freaking, you know, back straight. Like, every freaking time they came out of a turn, the front wheel was off the ground. Like, because it was just fucking around. Like, they were literally fucking around. Which one of the guys literally stopped, ran over to the freaking Banyo during the middle of the fucking race, desuited, freaking took a whiz, jumped back on his bike and started racing again. Like, that was the era of when it was real. And they didn't wear skins underneath these shit and things either. Like, it was leather on skin. That's what they wore. There was nothing underneath the things. Like, now they got these back braces, they got the undersuits and all, everything. Yeah, no, F1 is... I try to keep up on F1 as well. I know, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I keep up on it, but not enough to really know what's going on. I know that right now, like, Red Bull isn't the reverse nerf anymore. Now it's Ferrari's getting the reverse nerf, while the other teams are getting the nerf. They just go through these phases, it seems, where a certain team is allowed like these reverse nerfs that gets them through and they win. And then they win for 5 or 6 years until all the other teams figure it out. Oh, yeah, right? Pretty freaking much. But I'm glad that they got Circuit of the Americas in there. I almost went there to do a track day once. Oh, I'd love to do that. I kind of quit doing track days. I actually took the bike out the other weekend. You'll be proud. I do have a special video coming up for you guys. So my dad, my father, is working on a 69 Mach 1, Mustang Mach 1. And I will not be kidding in the very slightest when I tell you this motherfucker is mad. It is a fucking angry beast of an engine. At idle, it's kind of trippy. It's got the lope. It's got the freaking crackety thing going on, right? But when it opens up and he gets it going, holy hell, it's like, it's like, damn, let's go. So I will have a video, and you guys are the lucky 7 right now. There's 7 in my thing, that, as far as I can see. You guys are the only ones that actually know if you get this far in the fucking video. So, right now he's doing some other work on it. It's a vehicle that has been in the garage for 30 years now. So I remember as a teenager when we first bought this thing, He got to drive it, I think, literally all of like 2 weeks. He didn't really get to drive it much because whoever owned it before didn't really do a good job with it. But he bought it 30 freaking years ago for a ridiculous amount. I mean, it's worth probably 5x what it was then, easily. But he's spent the last 30 years just accumulating all the different parts, this, that, and the other, and he finally got it running the other weekend. But he's got some other work he still has to do to it before he can actually drive it. So he put it on park for a little bit because he doesn't want to get himself too excited. When it is actually running and ready to go, this guy will be there because I was helping my dad last weekend kind of get the timing set, and he's got electric timing for this thing, but he's still going with carburation. He's not doing electric fuel injection or anything like that, but he's using electric timing stuff. So I was helping him set that kind of crap up. Here's another story. You guys probably don't know this about me. I have literally been ripping engines apart since probably about the time I could walk. Since about 1 year of age, I was tightening or loosening up bolts. My dad would crack the bolts for me, and then he would tell me lefty loosey, righty tighty, and I would figure that shit out, right? So since the age I could walk, I was tearing engines apart. So I've been a greasehead my entire life. I still own a 1961 Corvair that I've had since I was in high school. I'm dating myself. That was well over 20 fucking years ago. Damn near 30 years ago now. It might have been over 30. I graduated in 98. So almost 30 years. So I'm just telling you, I know about engines, I know about cars, I know about that kind of thing. I don't really live that lifestyle that much, but when it comes to turning a wrench, I'm not too shabby. So he's not doing a live axle, but he is doing posi traction. So he does have a posi traction. It's basically like a live axle, but I'm not worried about it. It's not gonna be ridiculous amounts of horsepower based on like today's standards. I mean, when you're talking about these cars that plop out 800 or 600 plus horsepower easily, this thing will be about a 600 horsepower, easily 600 horsepower. I think he's expecting 640, but easily 600 horsepower, which is more than a fuck enough, I can tell you. Right now, I've owned plenty of cars that have had that amount of power, not that amount of power, but close to that amount of power. And anything over 300 is pretty freaking snappy. Like for a family car to have 300 plus horsepower in it, that is a pretty shit and get vehicle. That's a point A to point B machine. And then having an R6 and riding R1s and, you know, all these different types of bikes. I've gotten to ride them all, but you know, when you're in point A to point B machines where you want to be, and if you can see it, you can be there, those types of machines, 600 is more than enough. So I am super duper excited for him. That will be a video that comes out hopefully in the near future. That is on hiatus for now though, while he gets some other crap done to make it drivable. He still has to bleed the brakes and do some rear end work and stuff like that. So, but I did get to hear it run. It is running. It is a mean motherfucker. Holy hell, when that thing wraps up, it's freaking angry. Something else, I'll tell you what. Yeah, exactly. And lucky for you to have a freaking Roush even. Stage 3 is freaking up there. 700 horsepower these days is like, it's almost par for the course. It's still not cheap endeavor to get there, but something I've been wanting to do since the beginning of time, I wanted to do like a kit car. And they used to have Factory 5 and they did their GTM. They don't make the GTM anymore. They quit doing that model for whatever reason. I think it's just because some of the parts that they were using is just whatever. And then the car had been around for 20 some odd years, so they're just kind of done with it. But now they have the SC1, still another V8, you know, you choose your power plant or whatever. I love that. I love that style of car. The low, like the, what do they call them? The factory. What is that series called where they have, you know, the low cars with the freaking swoop fenders, the steep fenders and all that jazz? I can't remember what series they call that. The SC1 or I don't know. Whatever. But you know, the small domed canopy for the single seaters and stuff like that. I can't remember, it's not late model, but you know what I mean. Whatever. I've always been into that kind of stuff, so I've always wanted to do that. And I'm finally in a place now where if I weren't building amplifiers, I could probably afford to do that. I just don't really have a garage to do it. This CNC machine in front of me and all this crap behind me eats up a lot of space. But if I gave up doing sound altogether, speaking of sound, I might be doing some more gigs here pretty soon. I have a couple gigs that I need to do. We'll see about that. But in either case, I would love to build one of those machines from scratch. And honest to God, 600 horsepower is probably where I'd stop with that. Like anything after that, I think some of the fun's gone. You're talking about a machine that is such a freaking machine that the maintenance on it starts to take some of the fun out of it. I think at 600 horsepower with an engine that's easily able to produce that, you're in the fun zone right there. Like, it's still a stoplight to stoplight machine. It's going to beat 99.99% of the machines out there. You still have a 0.01% machine, right? Or a 0.1% machine. And just the fun is there. You can put your foot in it and it's not going to instantly spin around and do 500 donuts before you realize what the hell happened. And all that fun stuff, right? It sounds the part. It's all the parts that you want it to be, without all the maintenance aspect of it, where, you know, if you miss that 3,000 mile freaking tune-up, or you miss that freaking valve adjustment after 500 miles, like, you're shit out of luck. Like, that kind of crap, I think that kind of takes the fun out of it. So, one of these days, that will be on the docket. We'll see how things go. We'll see how things go. I got so many stupid fucking things I got to do, though. This is one of them, though. This giveaway amp is one of them. So, I think we kind of wrapped up. We know what we're going to do. We have the name settled. I'm looking over here to get this going again. We are going to do... Got to click in over here. That's what we're going to do. Legacy amplification. DVII-50. The D is up for debate. Whatever you want it to mean. It can mean dimension, it can mean design, it can mean the length of your D watt or whatever. I don't know, whatever the hell you want it to mean. It can mean whatever the hell you want the D to mean. I might do some tightening up on this. I don't know that I like that amount of gap, but I'll play with it a little bit and find what I think. We know that we have to have that in there. So I'll work on that. This looks like the right size, but I'll play with that a little bit. I gotta fix, obviously, this over here, the 3 amp, and let you know, obviously, if you're in a different country, that it's going to be 1.5 amp. Dyslexia. I get dyslexic sometimes too. Don't you laugh at it. It can be the D7. I don't know, whatever you want it to, whatever you want it to be. That's what it can be. But that's what it's gonna be. So technically speaking, this is my 7th design. It has 7 knobs. There is low cut, volume 1, volume. The ones on the back don't count. We're not counting all that bullshit. That's a lot of freaking crap going on in the back. But 7 knobs, and it has 7 tubes. So 5 preamp tubes and 2 power tubes. So it's my 7th design. It has 7 knobs, and it has 7 tubes. Count it. So I'm not going to call it the 777 or the Lucky 7 or whatever. No. We're going to call it the D7. That's what we worked out on. So that's what it's going to be. The Dash 50, obviously, it's a 50 watt amp. That is an understatement. It will be better than 50 watts, but it will be at least 50 watts. My expectation is that it will produce 50 watts well before you expect it to. It will be not necessarily high gain. So I am not trying to be 6505. I am not trying to be Angle Powerball. I am not trying to be a Mesa Boogie triple rec. I am not trying to be, I'm trying to think of another high gain amp out there, a Bogner freaking Ubershaw. It's not that level of high gain amp. It will be high gain in the degree that it will be at least a diesel V4 channel 3 level of gain, right? So high enough to be freaking high. You can get into metal territory, but I don't expect it to be. That's not what I expect it to be. I kind of feel like it's going to be creamier. Rather, I don't know, harmonic. It's going to be harmonically rich, that's for sure, but it's going to be creamier. I think Dumble-esque kind of territory, but Dumble cranked up another notch, right? Like the next level, the level that he missed out on, with some more control on the bass end. But it will still, my intention is that this will still do clean. Remember, this is a single channel amp. This is one channel. So I still got to do clean to mean. I am not in the anticipation that you'll be able to roll the volume down and go from clean to mean. All right, but there's a point where you can do that, right? So if you're not using too much amount of gain, you can get into clean territory. But when you're running it at nominal levels of gain, that you can roll down the volume on your guitar and get it into clean territory, and it will maintain clarity and maintain, you know, that sound. There he fucking is. Grandest Glorious Tony's back. There's a man in the workshop. That is me right now, but I'm thinking of it proverbially. Things are gonna get busy in the next few days. At this point, I almost have no excuses to get shit done, right? So we've got this. I can start burning this stuff out. I can probably get ahead of this at the point. I did order some more parts. They will not be here tomorrow, but they will be here within the week. I'm gonna see if it's gonna work. So what I wanted to find over here. So these guys here, right now, if I install them, which I can't install them because if I do, I can't put the faceplate in, which means I have to have the faceplate done before I can install the ground, the bias, you know, probes and stuff like that, right? Everything else I can install. I found some bias probe leads that have the blade on the back. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So this guy here, see that? See how it's got the blade on the back, right? So it's got that thing going for it. I found these guys, these little fuckers, with that on the back. So imagine this with that. I found them. These will be here in the next day or two. That will allow me to install the back plates, or install these without the back plates. Now that doesn't resolve my problems on how I'm going to install the parts around that, but that's another problem. So I'm trying to make this thing so it's completely modular to the degree where if you needed to completely tear it apart for whatever reason, you never will, but if you did, that everything is going to come out with a connector, which means you can take the back plate off without having to undo or unsolder parts in the back of the amp. That's the idea. Speaker test for the best sound after it is built. That is a challenge. So I have what I call the great equalizer, which you can just kind of see that white right there. I'm looking at the camera and that at the same time. That right there, that little thing, that is a Torpedo Captor X. It's what I call the great equalizer. The reason I call it a great equalizer is it doesn't give a fuck what's plugged into it. You set up a speaker and microphone setup. No. It's going to show you whatever the amp is with that setup. Now, I have found a setup in there that I really, really like. It's a sound that I like. It is a stock setting. It is one that is built into the box. So if you have a Torpedo Captor X, you can have the exact same setting I can have. Which means I'm not fucking with you. I'm not cheating. I'm not lying. I'm not hiding. There's nothing. There's no variables built in. If you have a Torpedo Captor X, I can provide you with the exact same setting that I have, which means that you can have the exact same sound that I do, and you can compare my amp with any of your amps. You can get an idea, right? That. Now, if you've heard any of my shorts on the Peacemaker when I was doing the giveaway amp series, and if you go to my shorts, if you go to my channel and go to my shorts, there's like 5 or 6 of them that shows, you can't see it, but I have the Peacemaker, which is my other giveaway amp that I did, actually being recorded through a real cabinet. Real cabinet. When I use my quotation fingers because it is actually a real cabinet with a real microphone. I'm using a real mic at distance through a real cab, and I'm playing it. The sound that you hear is that sound. It is not through the Torpedo Captor X. That sound is a 2x12 ported Hughes and Kettner cabinet. It's something they made back in the 80s, or not quite 80s, 90s, early 2000s. It's their Rockmaster or Rock Driver series cabinet. It's a horrid cabinet, to be honest, but it sounds great with G12Ms in it. That's what it has loaded in there currently. G12Ms, excuse me. Excuse me. I will try to give you every realistic portrayal is the word I was looking for. I will try to provide you with every real portrayal of the giveaway amp as I possibly can. I am definitely not trying to fuck with you or give you some false impression of what it is. That 5E3, if you listen to that amp, that is what it can sound like through that cab with those speakers and that mic at that position. That is a real amplified and real mic situation. I just found that the Torpedo Captor X really gets you about 9/10 of the way there. But you can do it within a couple settings, right? You don't have to fuck with it too much. So I will probably show you a lot of the work with the Torpedo Captor X because the setting that I have right now is about as close to that real setup that I had. And if you listen to the Peacemaker with those high gain settings and what it sounded like through a real cabinet with a real mic, through a real recording setup, that is realistically what it sounds like through the Torpedo Captor X without the interaction. So the thing that I can't emulate with the Torpedo Captor X is the feedback, the natural feedback that happens with a guitar amp and a guitar and a speaker cab in a room. And you can actually hear that very clearly in some of those recordings that I have of the Peacemaker. That is a 5E3. That is basically a Tweed Deluxe design. Not nearly the amount of gain that's coming out of either of these two amps that I've showed in the last few days. So to give you an idea, even with the amount of gain that these have, and they're playing literally through a little dongle, I'm calling it a dongle because that's more or less what it is. But I'm not fucking with you. I'm not trying to fuck with you. When I say it's going to do this thing, it's going to do that thing. And I'll try to do something that gives you a realistic impression of it. If I have to stick the iPhone up in the room and record it that way, I will do that. If this mic here doesn't do it, which I would be shocked if it doesn't, this mic sounds pretty decent as it is. But one way or another, there's not going to be any fudging around. So I'm not hiding anything from you. I do not want to give you a piece of shit. I don't want anybody to own a pile of shit. That is not the game here. So it will not leave the shop until it is correct. It has to be correct. So know that. Yeah, okay. So get in the competition. If you're not in the freaking competition yet, get in the competition. Granus Glorious Tone, he was the last couple of posts there on the thing. He's the one organizing, if you will, organizing and holding the event, if you will. The event would be the giveaway. I'm just building the amp. My job is to build the amp and give you as much data about it as I can. I just want you to know we're not fucking around. This is a serious game. This is not a cheap toy that you're not getting a cheap toy. It is the real deal. Now, how happy you'll be when you get it? Well, hopefully you'll really love it. I want it to be one of those things that you really love. So we're trying to cover a lot of bases with something that's not a channel switcher. It is a single channel amp. It's also a 50 watt amp. So, you know, there's only so much I can do. Like I said, we can't please everybody. We're shooting for that 7 out of 10. So, you know, I just want you to know that I really, really care about where we're going with this. I'm not messing around. Like, and as you can probably tell, like, you can see the entire build in real time. This, I mean, I know this is kind of fluff and stuff, but realistically, this is what it takes to get there. Like, you're watching, I've said it many a time before, but you're watching a company grow from the ground up. You're watching the come up from the ground up. I am not an instant success kind of story. I've been doing this kind of shit for eons now. Not eons, but you know what I mean? Like 10 plus years, right? I've been doing this for a while. My YouTube channel is now 7 years old. I think I just crossed 7 years like a month or two ago or something like that. And that's only when I first started presenting it, right? So I've been doing modifications or repairs or some other aspect of it for many years prior to that. So it's just a culmination of years of knowledge and understanding and just experimentation and all that stuff kind of culminating. What you're seeing now is more or less just, it's kind of how this channel started. So when I first started doing this stuff, the videos that you see, you know, the Building Basics one and my first kind of like build series, if you want to call it that, it was more or less me just being like, this is how I do it now. And it was a way for me to like chronologue and keep track of that and maybe go back later and be like, okay, that's how I used to do it. Here's how I've evolved over time, etc., right? All that kind of crap. And obviously things have evolved. Like, you can see my face, you can see the freaking blood on my nose from the freaking sinus infection I had the other day. Like, oh my God, my sinuses were pissed and I rubbed my nose raw. All right. So like all that kind of shit, you get to see all that kind of crap now. And I've noticed, and I agree to those who probably think it, I don't know if maybe some do, I've noticed and I know that I have not put out many how-to videos lately. My Building Basics series, I have not added anything to it in months. My membership channel, I've added some stuff to it, but it hasn't received much attention. And I've released one to the general public recently. That's what my, you know, I do high gain amps and I do it differently. That's what that video was the other day. You have to make content, Lex. You just have to do it. I am living proof that if you make it, they will watch it. It is not instant. I can tell you right now, there's nothing instant about what what we do, what I do for sure. How do you explain it? I probably won't stoop to the level that will, garner, viral fame, if you want to call it that. I'm not going to do those things that are going to get me. I'm not going to do something just for the views. So I am excited to be here and that I get to talk to 9 people. And I have 3,100 something subscribers that are willing to be my subscribers. I have a half a dozen or so freaking, members or whatnot. I love all that stuff. I'm hyper grateful for the fact that I get to do that and do this and be with you guys. I just want you to know it wasn't easy. It doesn't come easy. There is time involved, but the purpose of this was never to make money. It's not to make money. And I never thought in a million years that I would get to do this kind of crap here where we're doing a giveaway by any means. Like, I never thought when I first doing this, I want to get so freaking famous on YouTube. I'm going to get to do a giveaway, and that's going to make me freaking even. I'm going to be a YouTube millionaire. Fuck off, bitches. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope, never thought that. The fact that we're doing a giveaway at all is literally just, I am in a place now where I can freaking do it. I am confident in the work that I have, that I know I can inspire you to do the same. I know that you are going to want to freaking get involved in this shit and see it and be like, I can do this too. I'm going to build my own fucking best amp. Fuck that asshole Luke. He doesn't know shit. I can do it better. You can do it better. Probably will. But you got to do it. That's the thing. If you make it, they will watch it. I kid you freaking not. I don't know how. I do not know why. If you make it, they will watch it. I will watch it. I watch all kinds of freaking people. Never thought in a million years it's where I would be. So forget the 46,000, 50 plus thousand, 100,000 subscribers, million. I'm never going to get to 1 million subscribers. Not even worried about that. What I'm worried about is making sure that you guys understand this is not a freaking joke. We are here for real. So yes, this amp is for real. You will win it. And it might not cost you much, if anything at all, to win it. There are some things, obviously, that we can't beat. Shipping is one of them. It's a lot for me to have to actually build it already in general. I am going to ship this to Grant Us Glorious Tone in South Korea. He's going to hang on to it for a little bit. He's going to show you some content. He's going to show you the same shit I'm going to show you. He's going to do it his way. So there, again, there is going to be no false representation of what this thing is going to be. This thing is not going to be a fuck around toy. All right? Just know, damn it, I got to turn off the other one before I do that. This, when it turns into a thing, is not going to be a fuck around toy. We are building the real freaking deal. So, if that doesn't inspire you enough to want to get in on a free fucking amp, then I don't know what freaking will. All the other things aside, all the bullshit, all the oddities about me, this, that, and the other, all the other bullshit, you know, if you're not into that crap, that's great. Most of the time, we're not doing this kind of crap where I'm hyping or, you know, talking about leftism or rightism or this, that, or the other, how a business can be or exist, or what, all the cars, motorcycles, all that shit. None of that crap is usually involved in a lot of these videos. The only reason we're doing this now is because we're here now. I've got enough of these in me to loosen up a little bit and want to talk about that kind of stuff with you, and we've kind of just gone down that path. That's where it's gone. So I can't thank you guys enough for just being here anyway. There's 11 of you currently. Like, that's enough for me. 95 views. There's 100 of you that have basically come in at some point or another. This video has not been that interesting. I know that it's not been that interesting. But for those of you who are here for the right purposes, because you want to win this fucking amp, this is for you. It's not for me. I'm not getting a fucking thing out of this thing. I'm telling you right now, there is not any monetary gain for me to build this freaking amp for you. I'm not even winning at the homestead, right? Like the wife isn't sitting there giving me praises when I walk in the room and, you know, flashing me the chi-chis and be like, oh, you're the best guy on the planet. None of that shit. That was crass, but you know what I mean. Like, there's none of that. You know, like, I am not fucking winning. There's no freaking win. So it is not for the win. You have to know, it is not for the win. This is for you. So this is your fucking amplifier. You have to help me get it where you want it to be. So that's why I'm trying to involve you guys so much with all this stuff, is like where it's kind of going. Yes, I kind of have predetermined some of these things. Like I have to set the rules somehow or another, right? But you're kind of getting what you want out of it. If you want, you know, DVII-50, that's what you're gonna fucking get. That's what you're getting now. It kind of sounds like we're going with a white. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have an opportunity. There's 11 of you right now. There was 19 of you earlier, but there's 11 of you now. Correct me if I'm wrong. A white panel with black lettering that has what you see here on it. Hold on. That. A white panel with black lettering that shows what you see here on it. Right? That sounds like that's where we're going at the moment. That seems to be the popular option. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I am not into the gold at the moment. I showed you that earlier. I will show you again, since we have probably a new crowd at this point in time, or a new enough crowd that we can resolve some of this. All right. So this is one of my favorites. It works great with black, obviously, because black is what's going to be on it. So this is like a bronze kind of color with black, and it will go, I'm shooting for baby blue, right? So baby blue, we're going to have walnut. This amp's going to have walnut in there. And I'll put this underneath, I guess. This is the color that I don't want to use, but I have it available. This is like basically brushed gold. I don't know if I can make it so you can see it better or not. I'm going to try to make it so you can. I don't know what, okay, I'm going to do it with this camera. No, I'm not going to do it with any camera, apparently. It's brushed gold. All right, that's all you need to know. It's brushed gold. My laser burner does not do well with it, okay? So I can make it work, but it will never be good enough for me. So just know that. So I have it. Probably not going to use it, though. Now, this is white with a black background. So imagine this color with black, okay? So this is the color that I'm kind of shooting for right now. Pretty simple. It makes no You know, there's nothing, no qualms there. And then black with white background. So if I laser this, we end up with a white background on it. That's what this back color is here, right? So we laser off the black and what you see is the white, right? Makes sense? So right now, it's essentially looking like we're gonna go with white with black. That is my choice, white with black. If we've got one guy, white with black, with a white with a black background. So that's why I keep trying to punch these things out at you guys. I know we haven't done like many like polls or anything like that. Historically speaking though, I've never really gotten enough results from the polls to kind of get it where it's going. If you want to recall the last amp that I did, the Peacemaker, the last giveaway, I believe it was Randy that actually ended up throwing in that British racing green color for the Tolex, and that actually ended up being a winner. That sold the amp. It worked great with the leather corners. Let me show you that. So we've got leather corners with a leather handle. These are the handles. This is the handle, I should say, and the leather corners that we're going to use for this amp. So I already have most of this stuff here. So this is the leather that we're going to use. All right. For the corners. So now you kind of know why I want to go with, yes, white with black. Perfect. Thank you. Ooh, Mr. Assassin. I'm going to call you Assassin. Thank you for coming in and chatting. I appreciate that. Fretboard Assassin. Hell fucking yeah. And then we're going to have aluminum, brushed aluminum, what would you call it? Like veneer? No, what do you fascia pieces. So there will be a border around the square of the amp that is brushed aluminum. It'll be hand brushed aluminum, by the way, with countersunk screws, the whole nine, on the front and the back. And then of course these are on the corners, and the handle, can't forget the handle, which will have a stainless steel handle. It won't be a freaking no joke handle. And then, of course, I'm shooting for baby blue. Now, the reason I'm shooting for baby blue is I haven't made a baby blue amp yet. I have baby blue Tolex, and I think it will look absolutely amazeballs with this color and with the silver of the aluminum, you know, the brushed aluminum, and the white background on the amplifier. Black will work, though, as well, and so will that darker bronze color, you know, that orange, almost orangey color stuff that I got. I know that those will work. So this is not my amp. This is your amp. So you need to let me know what you want. And unanimous decision wins, more or less. So that's how we came to the name. The DV, or the D7 DVII-50. That's how we came there. You guys. Beyond that, though, I know that I said maybe this week we should be able to make noise. I'm going to push it off a little bit. I'm going to try to pump the brakes a little bit. It's been busy at work. This last couple days have been out of control. So I need to kind of just cool it a little bit. That's not going to change much for you guys. I mean, realistically speaking, this amp wasn't going to be available for actual raffle or giveaway, auction, whatever you want to call it. You know, where the names are drawn out of the hat. It wasn't even going to be available until June, maybe July. So it's looking more like June or July. I will have this amp done for sure in April. It will be done in April. It will still be done in time, but I'm not going to push to make noise out of it necessarily tomorrow or something like that. So do be aware of that. More than likely we'll be close. So tomorrow I have some more stuff coming in that will help me determine where I can go and how fast I can get there with it. If by this weekend I don't have all these parts installed in that and placed within the confines of the chassis back there, I'd be shocked. I can guarantee you that will be done by the end of this weekend. I can guarantee you that the turret boards that go across the underside there will be done, and the wiring that goes to the power section will be figured out. Like, that stuff will be figured out. The transformers will be in. We are now at a point where I can actually install the transformers. and not have to worry about taking them out again. That was the biggest thing for me, is once those transformers here go in, I'm pointing at them over there, once those go in, they never come out again. That was the plan. But I didn't want to fuck around with that, because those things are heavy and it makes the amp very immovable, which means we needed to have all the holes in it. We still have a couple more holes to drill still. At least 3 more holes for the grounding points. There's at least 1 for the input. There's 1 to make the shield ground. So the shield is this guy here. I've showed it before, but just to reiterate, this is the shield. So this is the shield for the power transformer here. So this guy here definitely has to have a way to ground the chassis. So I need to finish that, or poke a hole in it for that, I should say. And then there's a grounding point for the power section, and probably 1 other grounding point for the phase inverter section. I gotta do some studying up to make sure I'm okay with that and how that's gonna work. I may do 1 grounding point, count it 1, for the the power and phase inverter section. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with 2 though. Realistically, I should be 2. But so that means at least 3 more holes need to go on that thing before I really put the transformers in. Those decisions are going to be made this week. So this thing will be very close to playable, if not playable, by this weekend. Following week, I have a busy week ahead of me. We are coming into April, and I do have a couple tentative gigs next month. But as you've already seen, we have the faceplates done. I'm pointing at them because they're on my other screen over here. We have the faceplates just about ready to burn out, and I have the wood just about ready to be CNC'd out. I have the files pretty much done to CNC the wood. So, as you can imagine, CNC doesn't take all that long. Put the wood in there, and maybe an hour or 2 later, it's getting glued up. And once it's glued up, the next morning, I come back, well, the next day anyway, I come back, route the corners out, drill some pilot holes, put in the screws, make sure it's not going to ever come back apart again, fill the holes with wood putty. The next day, we're able to start putting Tolex on it. So that's probably only a 3-day project, because once we start putting glue on for Tolex, that's a 1-day thing. We have to do it. So 1 day for cutting, 1 day for gluing, 1 day for Tolex, right? I already have the Tolex. I already have the glue. The glue has been ordered. It is here. I have enough to do this and another project that I got going on. So a lot has come together in the last few weeks to culminate. I've been kind of, like I mentioned, pumping the brakes a little bit to kind of slow things down so it'll all just kind of compress together at once. But it will happen, and it will happen quick. I keep saying that, and I know you guys keep, oh, it's only been another week since you said that last time. If you blink and you think you're going to not miss anything, you're going to miss something. I can tell you right now. So come back. If you see this live pop up on your feed, if I'm not already on your subscription list and I'm not already on your, clicking the bell for the notifications, you're going to miss the fuck out. Tolex. That's right. Tolex. Is it still accessible if it needs a replacement thingy? Well, I try to make everything so it's accessible anyway. Because I try to make these things friendly to future techs. Without the expectation that it'll ever see one. But, Tolex. Right? He does say it like that. I don't know how or why, but every time he says Tolex, it's Toilex. And I always think toilet. Like Toilx. Toilex. Hold on, let me click a button here. All right, there you go. So yeah, my intention is that this is a lifetime product. I don't want you to ever sell this thing. And just know that if you're the winner, there will be a little placard on there. It's going to say, presented to XYZ by, Luke G. Luke Geis. Geis is my last name, by the way. Geis. But Luke Geis. or I might put legacy amplification. I don't know, whatever the fuck I'll put. I'll put something on XYZ date for XYZ, right? I'm going to put some sort of a little placard on there that has your name and what the purpose of this was for. So if you ever do sell it, someone else is going to have your name written on their freaking amp. So just know that. The objective is to make it so it's a lifetime product. This is not meant to be a toy. It is not meant to be something that you just get tomorrow and throw away the next day. This is not line 6. This is not a freaking, you know, one of those little boxes that Moore makes or Zoom makes or whatever. It's not meant to be expendable. This is not an expendable toy. This is the real freaking deal. So when we put a value, John and I had to come up with a value to put on this thing, right? We put $5,000 or $6,000 or whatever it was. That's on the low end of what this thing could possibly be. Like $5,000 is almost an insult. By the time we put all the hours that I actually spend building this thing, we're going to breach 200 hours total, right? And that includes the time, you know, sourcing all the parts. So I don't include you in sourcing all the parts, right? That's back end shit, but sourcing the parts, drilling the hole, you know, coming up with where we're going to drill the holes, drilling the holes, getting all the parts, bending all the parts. I spent a couple hours just the other day bending all those little leads and stuff like that, right? Getting all those parts put in there, all that shit, right? By the time you add everything up, you know, I spent some time doing the CNC. You've seen some of the work here for the faceplates, like all those little things. We're going to breach 200 freaking hours. What do you pay yourself? What do you want to get paid for 200 hours of your time? Pick a number. I don't give a fuck what it is. If it's $10 an hour, times that by 200, what do you got? That's $2,000, right? So $2,000 just in labor at $10 an hour. There's over $1,500 in parts in this thing. I can tell you that right now. There's over $1,500 in parts in this thing, right? And I keep buying more every day. So, you know, even if we were to scale it down to like we know exactly what we need, we can order multitudes of them so we can get bulk deals, still an easy $1,000 worth of parts sitting in that box right there. Easy. So we're at $3,000 easy on a good day. So you know why I'm saying like this is easily a $5,000 amp. No joke. This is not a freaking joke. So... right? No, you know what? I'll bet you've got at least another 40 years in it. Now, you're going to have to do some work on it. Yes, you will have to replace some parts. But if you treat it right and you give it the right kind of maintenance, sure, it'll last you another 40 years. I don't see why it wouldn't. That's 80 fucking years. If it's lasted 40 years now, it will, if you spend the time and money on it, obviously you got to do some maintenance, right? Parts are not meant to last forever. This little part right here cannot last forever. It has a lifespan, usually 10,000 hours. It's right around where most of these parts are designed to last till 10,000 hours. Do the math on it. I don't know how you factor out how much often or whatever you play these things, but you know, 20 years, right? 20 years, you probably need to start replacing those parts. Resistors probably last a little bit longer than that. If they're measuring in value or in spec, if you want to call it that, they're probably fine. There's no reason to change those. But yeah, things like this where they have some sort of fluid or some other thing in it that does this activity, those probably need replacement. But yeah, right? You're not going to make it to 106. So these are meant, that's part of the reason why I call my company Legacy Amplification. Legacy Amplification. Read that again. Think of it to yourself. What does it mean to you? Legacy amplification. What does that mean to you? To me, it means something that you keep forever and you hand down to your grandkids, or you give to your friend, or you give. Whatever it is in your legacy forever, right? That is the intention for it. It is not meant to be a toy. Certainly not meant to be a toy. I want you to use it, so they are designed to be used. But yeah, they are to some degree fragile, I guess you could say. They do have mirrors in them. They do have LED lights. There are expendable parts. Yes, you will have to do some maintenance to it over time. But it is meant to be something that you keep forever and it's handed down to someone else. Not necessarily sold to someone else, but handed down to someone else. I can't make that many of these. So let's say what Ken Fisher, Alexander Dumble, what they made, like sub 300. You know, there were like 300 or something Ken Fisher amps out there, right? There's something like 300 or whatever Dumble amps out there, right? I'm not going to make that many freaking amplifiers. I can guarantee you there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to make 300 fucking amplifiers. Probably not going to be nearly as freaking famous as those guys either. But at the end of the day, in 20 years from now, when I'm freaking dead, hopefully I'm not dead. By then I'll only be like 60 some odd years of age. But the point is, it's not a money ploy. They're meant to be lifetime products that you keep forever, that you want to keep forever. Oh yeah, so single barrel. I'm all about the single barrel. We got some 4 roses today, so we're well tuned. Well fucking tuned. I'm holding together well, I think. But yeah, I don't expect to see these on the secondhand market that much, to be honest. If I do see it on the secondhand market, obviously I did something wrong. And if I did something wrong, I need to know what the hell's wrong. Like, why didn't you want to keep it, right? Well, was it because it was an easy buck to make off of the thing? You know it's worth this much, and I can make an extra buck, and I needed the money. That's something different than, I just didn't like it, right? If you don't like it, I need to know why, because it doesn't do me any good if you don't like it. So I would prefer that, when you start buying these things for real, if somebody's going to spend that kind of money for me to make it for you, that it's because you really, truly want the damn thing. We're working on the part where we get you to want the damn thing. And that's part of what the giveaway series is. I don't see a world right now where I'm ever going to make enough selling these things to make it worth the amount of time that goes into it, right? Yeah, right? Couldn't refuse. But I know that these things will be worth 2, 3, 4, 5 times what they are now when I'm dead. So whoever gets a hold of them now and is managing to keep them or have them in hand at the time when I do pass away in 20, 30, 40 years from now, fuck if I'm lucky, not tomorrow, but by then, I doubt I'll have put out more than 100 or more of these things, maybe 200. At the rate I'm going, I can't get more than 3 out a year. So imagine the math on that. Now, my plan is, here's my goal. This is the ultimate goal, right? So we're talking about vision, right? We talked about it. We're watching a company come up from the ground up, right? Let's say tomorrow I complete all the basic designs that I currently have in my repertoire, right? You haven't seen them all, but I have like 7 different designs. We know that I got 7 different designs because this amp is basically based on that, right? Yeah. Well, hopefully you're still alive, but yeah. But your amp will be worth 3x more. So let's say tomorrow I have all these amps ready to go in a box. Like, I can put them in a shell tomorrow and sell them. Let's just imagine that. I can't build them fucking fast enough to make 100 a year. I cannot build them fast enough to make more than maybe 10 a year. So we're talking 1 a month maybe, right? If I could get to a point where I'm banging out 1 a month, I would be super stoked. And I probably could get to where I'm banging out at least 1 a month. That's where this giveaway series is kind of landing. The idea behind it is, and people are kicking me in the ass for it because they don't like the idea, but a giveaway like lottery, right? So I build an amp and you get your name on the list, right? You want to be on the list. I want this amp. It'll be free to you. I will get it to you somehow, some way. You don't get really much to choose about what it'll be, because by that point in time it'll be settled. It'll be this amp, that amp, whatever amp it is I'm going to give away. You put your name on the list. I want it. Let's say you win. That's great. You get an amp for free. It has my name written all over it. Woohoo! Everybody's happy. But there might be 3,000 people. That's currently the number of subscribers I got. This is the number I pulled out of my ass, right? There might be 3,000, there might be 100, there might be 20, there might be 10 people that want that amp just as much as you do. Maybe more. Maybe by then I'll have 10,000 subscribers. Who knows? Whatever. right? So you'll have this larger pool of people that want that thing that you can get for free. But if you don't want to wait for the giveaway, you're going to have to pay. All right. Obviously, we know that these things are not cheap. They are expensive. It's going to cost money to get it now. If you want it on your terms, you're going to have to cough something up, right? So if you want to skip the line and not deal with waiting for a free amp, then you can pay me an X sum of money. I'll come up with that number sometime in the future, and you pick the one you want. I got these options here. Pick the one you want, pay me $5-6 grand, whatever it might be, and I will fast line or fast track that project for you. The giveaway is a giveaway, right? I don't have to decide how often I'm going to do it. There's no, what do you call it, obligation to do it at any time frame. I'm doing a giveaway. You can get on the list and wait, or you can pay me X amount of money and have your shit done in order as, paid, right? Objectively, that's where I'm trying to head. My ultimate goal, honestly, is to allow YouTube to make that possible. With enough subscribers and enough super chats and enough this and enough that, all the other fun shit, I will give you all the ingredients to be able to do this shit for yourself. If you really want to just sit there and get down to the nitty gritty and watch all my content and listen to me yippee yap and on and on and on, you can do that. All the answers are going to be there for you to be able to do exactly the same freaking thing I'm doing. There's nothing I'm holding back, right? It's there. If you watch, it is freaking there. So now it's up to you. Do I just want the damn thing and I'm willing to pay X amount of money for it? Do I want to wait on a list? Sorry, kind of getting aggro, but you know what I mean? Do I want to wait on a list and be a potential winner and get it for free? Or do I want to make it myself? That sort of thing, right? Make it myself, win it, or buy it, right? That kind of thing. That's ultimately where I want to go. And between those three options, YouTube and whatever else I got going on in my life will make it so it's possible to maintain this. Right now, it's not sustainable. I'm not making enough from YouTube. I'm not making enough from super chats. I'm not making enough from sales, etc., to make this sustainable. So this is a hobby of love, I guess, if you want to call it that, right? We're working towards making this a net zero, at least. At the very least, a net zero. That would be great. That's what we're shooting for. If I can get there, I'd be happy. The wife will be too. Huck! Welcome to the party. You're a little late. We're about to close shit up though, but whatever. I've given my shtick, if you will, and I think people are kind of bored of listening to me yip yap. The chat count has gone down to fucking 0. So there you have it. That's like the grand scheme of what this company is about, right? We're not fucking around. Obviously, you know that. You can see that. This is not a joke, but at the same time, it has to be sustainable. It has to be sustainable. I can only do this so much at the current rate that we're doing this. So if you want to win, make sure that you really want to win, because that's really all that we ask, is that you're a person that wants to win this amp, and when you get the damn thing, you're going to be super excited and you're going to want to show the world. That is why we asked you to put in a 15-second, 30-second, whatever you choose to do. We want to see your face. We want to know who you are. We want to see your rig. We just want to know that you will put in a little bit of effort. So when you win this thing, several months from now, whenever it'll be, you'll get it. Trust me, you will get it. You will get it. Right? But when you do, you'll be super stoked and you'll want to show the world, because you've got a one of a kind. This is, at this very moment in time, you will have one of one. There will be nothing else like it in this planet. Somebody probably has built something similar to it, but it will not be what this one is. Period. So you have that opportunity. Right now you get numero uno. This will be serial number 01. So if you're here and you're one of the lucky 13, don't fuck around. You may have already joined, but definitely check out the description. The description has the rules to join. So Mullet, the guitar guru, be sure that if you want to play the game, just The rules are in the description. Go to Grant Us Glorious Tone pages there, or Grant Us Glorious Tones page there. He also has the rules posted on his thing. It's not that complicated. It's really freaking simple. We need a video. We just want to know that you will spend the amount of energy and time to produce a video that shows who you are. We want to know your name. Obviously, we want to see you. We want to see your rig and just an introduction of yourself, right? That's it. 15, 30 seconds, something like that. I'm so-and-so. I've been playing guitar for 20 some odd years. Here's my rig. I've got this rinky-dink line 6 back there, and I'm playing it through some freaking rinky-dink 1x12 cab. It's got a 50 watt speaker in it. You're probably gonna want a 50 watt speaker, because if you win, I'm gonna be busting down your door to give me that freaking video back. Because the other part of the rule is that if you win, that you're gonna give us a video giving us a full-on review of the amp, right? You cannot be fucking around with that. That is why we ask you to do the first part. We do want, there's got to be something, right? Not everything's for free, but yeah, I don't think that's too much to ask. I hope it's not, right? So realistically speaking, yes, we got to get something out of you, but nothing's for free. But eventually there's going to be some point in time where that's not really the cue mark in it. It's when at some point these things will be, you put your name on a list and you just get randomly drawn out of the list, period. At some point, that's literally how it will be. For now, yeah, you're going to jump through some hoops. So, Mullet, remember, don't send it to me. Go to the description, send it to Toshi Sweet something or other. You can put the thing in there, Grant. But Toshi Sweet Staffy or something like that at gmail.com. You send it there. I have not seen a single... So just to clarify some things. So Grant Us Glorious Tone is managing the actual giveaway itself. Okay. So this is a 2-part deal, right? It's separated by an entire, group of people. My job is simple. Build the amp. I'm creating the amp to give away. I'm literally going to send it to South Korea, where Grant Us Glorious Tone is currently located. Okay. Toshi Sweet Staffy at gmail.com. All right. He's going to hold on to it for a period of time. He's going to play it, do some more, fluff on it and all that fun stuff. Get everybody involved and hopefully get some more people into the giveaway. We need to have at least a minimum of 30 entrants, and I think we're getting pretty close to that if I'm not mistaken, right? We don't care about the cheap amps. We just want to know that if you got the head, that you can play it through, the cabinet that you might have, right? It's just a way to kind of vet that you're going to do some work for us. That's really it. That's really all it is will you do the work? Will you jump through this hoop? Just jump through the hoop. Just do it. Just jump through the fucking hoop. Help yourself. Buy the cabinet. And even if you don't win, you're not out. You got a freaking cool cabinet that could have handled a 50 watt amp. But so right now the pool's pretty small, right? There's like maybe 20 or 30 people in the pool right at the moment, right? Lex, I'm always here to help. So, right, watching videos on how to amp builds. Yeah, fuck yeah. Get in, dude. Just get in on it. Fretboard Assassin. I appreciate you. You've popped in a couple times. I thank you for that. So thank you. So just know, it's not a joke. Grant Us Glorious Tone is managing how it's going to be doled out, right? A couple of the rules are posted on the thing. Must be present to win. Okay, so the drawing will happen at some point in your time. It will be well notified. You will not have an excuse to not know. If you are subscribed to both of our channels, which you must be, mine and Grant Us Glorious Tones, and if you have the bell clicked and the subscription, all that crap, you'll know, because it'll be well documented when the giveaway will be. And it sounds like at this point there might be only 30 to 50 people or something like that. Maybe more, who knows? We don't know. But at least that many people. Right? So he's going to do the drawing. However the drawing pans out, he's going to decide how it's done. I think he's going to pull it literally out of a thing one by one, and I'll show you the thing. Cool. After that, you must be present. So if you are not in the chat at the time your name is pulled at the end of the thing, you're the last name on the list, the last one out of the hat wins, that sort of thing, right? So you get to wait till the bitter freaking end. It gets fun towards the end too, because when there's only like 5 names left and you're on that list still, it gets exciting. So, right, must be present to win. We're going to try to plan it for a time that is pretty world, equidistant, right? Right about now is a pretty good time. In South Korea, it's what, like mid-morning or something like that. For me, it's mid-evening. For most everyone else in the other countries, it's like mid-evening or mid-morning, something like that, or somewhere in between the two. But it's not like 3 in the morning type thing. So at this point in time right now, right? So we're going to try to find a thing that works for everybody, but it'll be well notified. You'll know when your chance to win is. All you got to do is be present. The last bit of the rules, the last bit of the rules are that when you receive the amp, you will post a video that kind of gives your review of it, right? Your impression of that amp. Now, I know that some of you probably are on here, don't have any videos posted on your channel. That's fine. We don't really give a shit about that, but you will post that fucking video. That's all we ask. So if you're going to have a video to post, that's a pretty cool one to post and be like, hey, I got this freaking legacy amplification giveaway amp. Here's my review of it, right? It might be the only video you have on your channel. It might be one of the million that you have on your channel. We don't know. That's not really the point. But the point is you're going to provide that. And that's all that we ask. So, stick around. There is more to come. So, and listen to you guys. PM, noon, 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning. We're going to make sure it happens at 1 fucking AM for you and you alone. If I have to be up at 3 in the morning to pull it off, I will do it. Granted, I'm not the one who's going to win the amp, but I'll be happy to see who does. So, and the link will be very well, like it will be alive. So by that point in time, it will be very well settled. Again, we're several months out. Like this is probably June, July at the earliest for this. So you got time. Yes, exactly that, Hook. Yeah. So the giveaway instructions are listed in this description for this video currently. And if you go to Grant Us Glorious Tones channel, he's got it listed there as well. He's also got shorts based on it. There's all kinds of stuff. Like at this point in time, it should be pretty common knowledge. All of my videos that are related to this build are in a playlist, and every video in that playlist, if you go to the description, the rules for entry are in it, and they are all the same. So as we get closer, as this thing actually gets built, and as we actually start creating sound stuff, this will start going a little more global, as you could say. We will be hitting the forums a little bit more. So the gear page, Seymour Duncan pages, all those different forums and stuff like that. They will be hit up a little bit more with posts about this giveaway. Obviously on YouTube, we'll be starting to do more shorts about the giveaway. We're going to start drawing more attention to it once it becomes more tangible. Right now, we haven't really seemed to have seen much investment in it because there's nothing really tangible right now. It's just a bunch of random parts. It's a bunch of me yip-yapping. Literally almost 50% doing work and 50% me yip-yapping to put, cheese grater holes in a freaking cabinet back there or chassis back there. So you just stay tuned. That's all I can ask. And if you don't like me or you don't like John, whatever, get out of the race. Whatever. This is going to be a thing. Once this thing makes noise, this thing right there makes noise, I think more people are going to want to get in on it. If you've heard any of the last 2 videos that I've done, last night's and the one prior to that, it gives you a very good indication of what you're going to get. And if you think that's pile of shit tone, then I don't know what to tell you. Can't help you there. So it will not be anything short of that. If anything, it'll be another step above. So I think with that, I am going to call it. I'm fucking shocked right now. There's 14 of you finally, and it's always right at the freaking ass end when we're getting to the point where I'm ready to call it quits and I've had enough, and I've literally had enough. The people that dropped out for different reasons. either they didn't want to muck it up or they didn't want to be involved with something they thought was a little odd. It might be odd to some people because of the hoops you got to jump through. The purpose for the hoops is, as I've mentioned already, we just want those things from you. And thing one is to make sure that you are willing to jump through the hoop, which is the last one, which is the big one, which is the actual review of it. We just want to know that you're going to be there. We want you to want the damn thing. It does me no freaking good at all to spend all this time, all this energy, all this money, piss off the wife, all the other things, right? To build something for, somebody that doesn't really give a fucking rat's ass about it, right? If you do not give a rat's ass about it, then don't be in the running. Because if you win it, you're still going to have to do those things. Because I will come to your fucking house and I will grab it back from you. I promise you that. I'm a man of means. I'm teasing, of course. But I did hand deliver the last amp. So if you have not watched the last giveaway series, I hand delivered that freaking thing. Good night, Huck. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate that. I hand delivered it to Sweden. So if it is feasible and it is possible and I can pull it off, I will even hand deliver it to you. And I will make it possible that an absolute freaking review will be done in real fucking time. But just know, I'm a man of means. So you are going to give me that fucking video if you win. All kidding aside, I'm obviously kidding, but half serious. I just want to have fun. This needs to be fun, but I also want you to win it. So some of the people don't want to jump through the hoops, and that's okay. If they don't want to, or they feel like this isn't where they want to be with things, that's okay too. Just know it is a giveaway amp. For me, it is certainly a giveaway amp. It is going away. It will not be in my possession. And one of you lucky people will get to win it. So stick around, check it out. If you're interested in any of this kind of stuff whatsoever, how to build guitar amps, the giveaway series in and of itself, more to come too. I do kind of building basics series. I'm going to try to expand on that a little bit more. I've kind of already given all of the secrets away. There's not much more to really kind of compound on that. Most of the stuff is already kind of there. And I dare say that the only reason I say that is because with what I've already put out there, if you can't already accumulate that and then compress it down into being able to do this on your own anyway, there's really not much more that I can do for you other than to inspire you, right? Or give you some idea of direction. I know that we've had requests for why would you choose this plate resistor? Why would you choose that, bypass cap? Why would you choose, that coupling cap, XYZ, all those different things, right? Those things, it's a real show. Those things are all kind of already explained in one way or another through most of my building basics series or some of the other stuff that I've already gotten on the web currently. It's just, not all of it has been pointed into something that is, dare I say, tangible. Like, okay, here's this amp, right? Here's what it sounds like right now. Ba-da-down, right? Now I'm going to change this resistor and let's hear what it sounds like again. And then we change that resistor in real time and then we go, ba-da-down, and you'll be like, oh, that sounds different, right? It's obvious. It makes so much more sense, right? Like without that level of tangibility, it's hard to really get a grasp for some of this. It's much more than that. A lot of it comes down to feel. So when I say feel, when I talk about like a bypass cap or a cathode resistor, like you can hear the difference that it creates, maybe in the amount of distortion, maybe in the the way it reacts or something. Like maybe you can hear something different about it, but you can't feel it. You can't feel it. I can, but you can't. Those are the things that are very hard to quantify in words. Like, oh, this feels bubbly or bouncier. It's like it's got this feeling of the fingers, right? It's got these things that you can't feel, but I have to explain it to you. Those little things, like all those little things, it's really hard to quantify because everybody's opinion is like an asshole. Everybody's got one, and they all smell different. But they all smell like shit, right? So, like, how do you explain how this person's shit smells different than this person's shit without mingling it with all the other people's shit in between? You can't. Like, the only way to know that you like this resistor or that resistor is to put this resistor in your amp or that resistor in your amp and feel it for yourself. Right? That's why some of the stuff you can't teach. Right? Am I not wrong though? Like, is that like the most crass but yet pointed way to freaking nail it down? Like, everybody's got an asshole, everybody shits, and everybody's shit smells different. Bada bing, bada boom. I know it's horrible, but like, that's the easiest way to quantify that. If you want to quantify it, that's the easiest way to quantify it. So I cannot tell you that resistor value is the resistor value that you must have or will want, because you might prefer this person's shit over here more than that one. I don't know. Everybody loves the smell of their own brand, all right? I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. That's where it's going, more or less, right? So that's why those values of resistors exist, just for you to be able to come up with your flavor of stench. Right? Buying a Fender, well, god damn, no, that's not a good example, to be honest. Because you can do a lot of work with like a 5F1, right? A Fender champ. Like, a lot of these concepts you can learn just with a champ. But you kind of need to build it yourself. Like, you need a kit amp, and you need something with a turret board like that there, right? You need something where if you swap the part out 100 times, it doesn't kill the device that it's attached to. So PCB boards, they have a limited lifespan. So when you take it apart once, that's great. You got away with it the first time. You saw me with the freaking thing over there, taking the parts out of that one. It wasn't exactly easy, and I even have some tools to make it easier. Learning about tone, yeah, right? But you know what I mean? Like, it's not just exactly A, B, C, D. Like, oh, I just want to change this part out, right? There has to be some level of thought process behind it. There has to be some level of care. It's not just, here, I'm going to freaking take this part out, right? It's not that simple. So you need something like this, which is robust enough where you can fuck it up. Like, you can apply some heat to it, and it's not going to hurt it that much, right? PCB traces don't deal with heat that well. Yeah, right? Buy and sell 5 different amps, you'll learn a little bit. But that's an expensive way. That's the hard way. Like, there's nothing worse. And who was it? I was watching a video the other day. And one of the guys, it was Tim Pierce, in fact. He was saying the next best thing, or this is the best thing, or something. Like, he was talking about, interestingly enough, the Rev, like D something or other, D40 or D25. I don't know, whatever it was. So Rev came out with an amp, and he said it wasn't necessarily meant to be a Dumble style amp, but it does the Dumble thing, right? He said whether it was on purpose or not, that's what he gets out of it. It's cheap. And he was saying that he spent a lot of money over the years buying different Dumble amps or Dumble style amps. And he mentioned one in particular where he said he spent a lot of money on it and it wasn't the thing. Now, that's what I'm trying to avoid, is being that kind of guy where you spend a lot of money on it and you get it and you're just like, that's not the thing, right? So that's why I spend a lot of times on these things. This amp's been in my possession for 2 years, and how difficult can it be? It shouldn't take 2 years to come up with the design for this thing, right? When it's so simple. It's an EF86 going into an EL84 power section. How difficult can it be, right? It is that difficult when you're trying to get it to be that sound, the thing. That's what I mean by that. I mean, it can't just be a thing. It has to do the thing. So when you buy it and you expect it to do the thing, whatever that might be, that's what it's going to do for you. So that's why it takes a lot of these, a lot of the time to get all this shit done, is it has to do the thing, not just a thing, the thing. So that's the big distinction from it. So there's nothing more disappointing, and I don't think he really pointed out which company it was. I think maybe he said the name, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but You know, it's a disappointment when you got somebody at that caliber. We're talking Tim Pierce level, right? You know, the number one, like the guy has been on every freaking top 5 or top 10 record since the beginning of time practically, saying that I spent a lot of money on this amp and it wasn't worth it. That hurts. That's a freaking stab to the heart. Like if I were that guy that made that amp, I would be heartbroken. I would probably be reaching out tomorrow to Tim Pierce to figure out a way to rectify things. Like, how can we fix this? What didn't you like about it? Why do we need to change this? Like, what is going on? Like, what did it not do? What did it do? All those different things. That's where I'm trying to get to right now with a lot of this shit. When it's free, it's kind of hard to argue with it. Yeah, it sounded like shit. I didn't like it at all, but it was free. All right. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to be a dickhead about it when you didn't spend any money on it. Or at least you can be honest about it and, you know, have some level of reservation. But the thought process behind it is that, or the hope I should say about it is that you'll be, you know, honest in a honest way too, not just, you know, brutal. I need to hear the brutality of it. Like, yeah, you know, it just doesn't do that. It just doesn't do this. It doesn't, you know, whatever it is, X, Y, Z. I need to know that. But at the same time, I also need to know what the fuck it does do really well. Like, oh, dude, can't be beaten on the freaking cleans. Like, you got the cleans nailed. Again, not so much, whatever. But for the cleans, sold, you know, those things. Like, I need real input, real feedback. That's what I'm working on right now. So when I talk about vision and when Grant's hitting me up about what's my vision, where am I trying to go with this thing, I'm still trying to figure all that out. For me, it's just about me at the moment. I'm trying to figure out all those question marks. And I don't think there is any real, you know, right answer. You just kind of have to take it and run with it. I can say I make the best amps in the world. I could say that. And I could be right. But not for everybody. I could be right for the 10% of the market that actually buys my shit and says that's the best stuff. But that doesn't do me any good. I'm not looking for the fluff and I'm not looking to oversell anything that I create. So when you see it, when you hear it, if it comes from me and you see it and hear it, you know it's very, very close to me being, I am ready and I think this is the product or part or thing that you want. It does the thing. We heard it the other night with the Atlas. It's doing what I want it to do. It's just a little thick. It's a little fat, right? It's got too much bass. So we need to peel some of that back. That's not that difficult to do. So all I got to do now is just refine it just a little bit further. But it took a couple of years to get it refined down to the point where it's at currently. This is not an overnight thing. So So getting back on topic where I was kind of going with like the basics and all the, you know, why would you choose that capacitor versus that one or XYZ? It's not that freaking simple. Certainly not for me. As much as I'd like to, you know, think that I can just sit there and go, yeah, that's what it needs to be. We're going to go and, you know, plop out an excellent, you know, everybody's happy amp. That's not me. That's not the way I work. It has to be freaking amazeballs. Some of these other companies out there, they literally just took an amp that somebody else already made, JCM 800, Vox AC30, something else you probably already know. You know, they found the schematic for it. I'm not pointing at anyone in particular. That is not meant to be a smash on anybody. It's just meant that there are many companies now that will take designs that are already currently out there, available to you and to me, and they put it together. And they just bang it out. Like, it sounds good enough as it is. They don't even bother trying to refine it. They just bang it out. That's what a kit amp is, right? So if you buy a kit amp, it is literally what a JCM 800 was when it was made at some point in time. And it's just banged out. Whatever the parts are. No. There is part hysteresis. There is not a one thing fits all. The sum of all parts exists for that very reason, because nothing is created equal. That 0.1 and that 0.1 might not be exactly 0.1, right? They might be very, very freaking close to 0.1. But if you really wanted to get down to the gnat's ass of it, those two might not be exactly the same. And if I put this one here and that one there, it might sound different. We don't know. Only the most inane and disturbed individuals on this planet are going to spend the time to change every single part in every single way and come up with every single possibility that you could possibly come up with and say it's freaking, that's the one. Done. That's the one. I can tell you right now, there ain't that many crazy motherfuckers out there. I'm certainly not that crazy. If it sounds off and I can determine where the offness of that sound is coming from, yes, I will change the part. Like, you can kind of get an idea for it, but it's one of those things again where I'm talking about, like, you can't necessarily quantify it until you can hear it and do it for yourself. So that's why those the basic series is so difficult to do. I can tell you again that this resistor value is going to do X, Y, Z, but it doesn't tell you how it's actually going to work for you. That's the hard part, how to quantify it to you. So I'd love to expand a little bit deeper and be like, okay, if I try this resistor and I try that resistor, here's the sound that you'll hear that is different. The feel part is what I can't portray to you. What I like and what you like are two different things. So, and then distortion wise and all that, find it, all those little things like the character of the amp, if you will. I like what I like. So I don't know that I can say that that's what you're going to like. So that's why we are doing giveaways. We're trying to build that. So came with the guitars. What are like little box things, like a little Squire, like start set or something like that. So I don't know. I guess maybe I've had one too many to drink and I'm giving you guys too much of the soft side of my underbelly. But the reality of it is like, it's more than what you think is going on here. This isn't just something you do on a freaking Tuesday, quite literally. And, the next day on Wednesday, you're freaking spitting out all the freaking data like you know it. It takes many, many years to really come down to it and perfect it. And even then, I don't even think you're perfecting it, because if we actually knew, like if Andy and myself and Bruce Ignator and Reinhold Bogner and Mike Soldano and all those guys actually knew like the absolute 100% best way to freaking build an amplifier, there wouldn't be 5 different designs out there, period. Like we'd all end up on kind of basically the same design, because if that was the best way to do it, that would be the only way to do it. So that's why there are so many different designs, is because there are so many different ways to do the same thing or something similar to it. So everybody's trying to freaking find their path, right? 15 watt, 70 watt. Yeah, fuck yeah. But I mean, I don't think I'm bullshitting you when I say that. Like honest to God, there are 100 different ways to do the same damn thing. You're just trying to find the one that works the best. And I think there's always kind of a fad that kind of goes on. For a while there, it was like, the JCM 800. Like they killed it. Like Marshall, when they created the JCM 800, like they nailed the proverbial nail on the head with this ideal amp, ideal tone, ideal thing. And it launched 1,000 careers. It literally launched 1,000 careers. There are a multitude of companies that you know of today that are still in existence today that have made their entire life just copying and pasting that design and doing like little tweaks, right? Jose Arredondo, I'm not smashing on him, but he was able to take a JCM 800 and turn it into something else. He did modifications. Not necessarily that he built his own thing. He did, obviously, but he's known for modified Marshalls. Fast forward. Now we've got Friedman, basically the king of modified Marshalls. Many of the Reinhold Bogner designs are modified Marshalls. The Ecstasy, modified Marshall. Like all those different, many amp designs that you like and love and are the thing that you go to, modified Marshall. Sorry, hate to say it, it's a modified Marshall. If anything's got a cathode follower that drives into a tone stack, it's probably a modified Marshall. Anything that's got some sort of, like 3 gain stages that then goes into a, a normal drive stage with a cathode follower, it's probably a modified Marshall. Sorry. You know, that's just how it is. That's where they all kind of derive from. Sear Silver. Oh, hell yeah. True story. I used to own like one of those catalog guitars. It might have been a Silvertone. I don't know what it was. It was so cheap and piece of shitty though. It didn't have a truss rod. No truss rod. It had a wood bridge, so the bridge on it was wooden. The pickups didn't work. The pots like couldn't turn. They were so used. Now this was when I was a teenager. So fuck, if I'd have kept that guitar today, it would be the most amazeball guitars ever. I can't believe I got rid of it. I sold it to somebody who's probably laughing his ass off right now because of how much it's probably actually worth. But I don't know that it was a Silvertone, but it was one of those things. It was painted with lacquer. It was painted with like a monotone color, so it didn't have any sparkle or anything like that. It was just like a fire red, plain single layer, pickup cover. The pots just they're so fucking old they crusted themselves in place. And they used a walnut bridge. It was a piece of walnut for the bridge, but it was broken, and it, the neck on it was just so old. Like you tune it up with strings that were probably too heavy for it at the, whatever. It just, if you so much as looked at it funny, it would go out of tune. Like this thing was a pile of shit by all right, but it was such a fucking cool guitar. I wish I could get it back. Don't sell guitars. Never sell guitars. Part of the reason why my company's called Legacy is because there are there's nothing worse than having a guitar that you really, really loved at some point in time, and that you just, for whatever reason, you're just like, I don't really need it anymore. Someone else can get more use out of it. And then you sell it for some odd price, and it's never enough. It's never enough. And then 15 years down the line, you kicking yourself in the asshole all the way down the freaking block because you were a jackass and you sold the thing for no freaking reason, got nothing out of it because the cash then isn't worth the cash now. All that stuff, right? So do not sell guitars. Do not sell amplifiers. If you're going to buy it with purpose. Buy it with purpose. Legacy. Buy it for a legacy. That wasn't too kitschy, I hope, but you know what I mean. Hell yeah. Hell frickin' yeah. I used to have a paper route when I was younger. Do the frets, the board, new strings. Hell yeah. Dale, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I don't recall seeing you earlier, but Dale, we're fucking here now. That's all that matters. All I can say is every time I've gotten rid of something, guitar or amplifier related, most of the time, not everything, but things that were worth keeping around, I fucking kicked myself in the ass. Like, especially more vintage stuff or more boutiquey. When I say boutiquey, I just mean like kitschy, like off. Like it's not the popular thing at the time. Silvertone guitars are piles of shit. Like they're not worth keeping, except for the fact that they're cool freaking units. You know what I mean? Get it out of my bottle and into my glass. Get into my glass and into my tummy. So, I don't know. I sold my first acoustic guitar. There's a part of me that wishes I never did. It's probably in pieces right now, if not in the trash. If I still had it, it would still be here. It would still be a piece of shit. It still wouldn't be playable, but it would be in my possession and I would still own it. When I sold it, it had like the brass nickel frets that were on it. Like it was a pile of shit. It was an $80 acoustic guitar, but it was cool. The glue that was holding the top to the, the sides or whatever was starting to give, and it was starting to disconnect from itself or whatever. The freaking frets were starting to have like big old dimples in them because they were so damn soft. You could look at them funny and beam a freaking divot into them. You know what I mean? Like all those little things, but it would still be mine. And that's the big thing. And that guitar that I was talking about with the walnut bridge, etc., that's one of those things where I kicked myself in the ass. Like almost 2 days later, like why the hell did I get rid of it? There was no point. There was no gain. The money that I got for it today is worth nothing today. So I might as well have kept it. So never sell a guitar. And giving away is different. Like, it's something else when you like, dude, I'm not going to play this thing anymore. Here, you can have it. Like, you never know what kind of legacy you're going to spawn for that next player. But selling it to some rando, somebody you don't know, somebody who probably doesn't even give a shit about you or the guitar, like, I don't know. Amplifiers are maybe a little bit different because you just never know where it's going to go. But, like, all the amps that I've gotten rid of over the years have been piles of dog shit, to be honest. Nobody's keeping them. I've had a crate blue doo-doo. I've had a Yamaha, like, I don't even know what it was. They don't even make it anymore. It's a pile of shit. Nobody knows what it is. The only guitar amp that I think I've ever gotten rid of that might have been cool and worth keeping was a Carvin X100B. Now, the only reason I say that is because Carvin isn't around anymore. At least not in the sense that they used to be. Actually, no, they're gone. They're gone. But in either case, it was a cool amp. It's still revered today. Not even if it's worth more today. It's still just kind of like people still kind of gravitate towards it. It was a cool amp. And the only reason I got rid of it was because I couldn't get over the fact that it had a solid state front end on it. So it was like kind of like a Dumble with the FET that it has in it, but it was always hardwired in. So it used a guitar input that went straight to some sort of solid state device, and then it drove the rest of the amp, which was kind of like a Plexi, more or less. It had kind of the Plexi vibe going on. It had the little graphic EQ thing in there, but that didn't really make it any better or worse. It made it sound any way you wanted it. It was a killer amp, but I couldn't get over the fact that it had that solid state device in there. Because to me, I look at it as that's the part that's going to fail and I can't replace later. And lo and behold, I might not have been wrong. It wasn't like a TLO 72 or something like that, but I can say that if you're ever gifted a device or an amp or something, if you're ever gifted a guitar, whatever, anything musical related, if you're gifted it, you do not ever sell that thing. It was a gift for a reason. And it might not be a gift because it was great. It might be a gift because they were looking out for you or they just wanted you to have this thing. Whatever it might be, never get rid of it though. Hand it down to your next best friend. Like, always gift it to someone else if you're going to do that. If you have to get rid of it, gift it. But don't sell it because there's nothing worse than no story behind it. Yeah, I just sold it to some fucking jackass, right? And then the jackass that's, bought it from you is like, yeah, I sold it for some jackass. You freaking sold it to me for $25 one day. You know what I mean? You see where the storyline's going? Like, the person that buys it from you doesn't give a shit about it. The person you give it to gives a shit about it because you gave a shit about it to give it to them. That's what I mean. So do not sell, music equipment. You gift it. You either gift it, and if you're going to sell it, make sure it's because you absolutely don't give a shit about it. Didn't do the part. Didn't do the thing. Hopefully my amps aren't that way. My amps will do the thing. It's going to be a gift. It's going to be a gift that keeps on giving. But anyway. Yeah, I'm right. You're going to keep it. Keep it for sure. Don't ever give it. Don't give gifts away. Well, no. Other way. Do not sell gifts away. You give gifts away to someone else to carry on the story. The story, that's the biggest thing, is a story. There's nothing worse than, I fucking can't stand the relic guitars. Like, it's a guitar with a story that has no story, right? Oh, I bought this guitar, it had all the marks on it. You poser. Like, come on. Like, why would you spend all that money to put all these marks on a guitar to make it look like a used guitar that isn't a used guitar? It was made that way. So every nick, scratch, and paint rub and all that fuss, you're a poser because you didn't put a single one of them fucking things on there, right? Whereas if you give that guitar, let's say your dad or your brother's uncle or I don't know, whatever, you know what I mean? But you know, some friend of the family was like, hey man, I had this thing sitting in here for freaking 30 years. I used to play when I was a kid. You know, I don't have a use for it. So, you know, you're a nice guy. You're a friend of the family. I want you to have it. That is cool. And all those marks, you can go back to the guy that gave it to you and be like, hey man, how did this little mark get here? How did that little stain get there? Oh, you know, this one time I was playing guitar and I thought it would be fucking cool to stick my cigarette in the fucking strings there. And that's how that burn on the freaking, you know, the headstock got there. Or, yeah, I was playing with a bottle of wine one day and this freaking chick came up to me and freaking gave me a big old hug and it, you know, broke the glass and, you know, all the wine spilled down and it stained the thing, and that's how those other stories, all that, those are the stories that you want. Like, as stupid as those stories are, like, every ding on a guitar should have a fucking story that you can repeat. Period. Midnight. Ooh. Well, Steven, thank you so much for coming in. Get some rest. I know you're going to need it. Thank you for coming in. So come on back. We'll have some more. I don't know if tomorrow I'm going to do more. Probably tomorrow I'm going to do some more, but maybe not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how I'm feeling. I got to go to bed here pretty quick. So, but thank you so much for coming in. So you get what I'm telling you. So they're all the above, right? Like, it's obvious why you don't sell a guitar that you were gifted. You give a guitar that you were gifted, or you give an amp that you were gifted. I mean, it just makes more sense. It keeps the story going. So Dale, he's tongue-in-cheek with you right now. Because you are winning the 400. Not winning, you are getting the 400. But we want you to give us the video that shows the 400. We want the video that shows the 400. So he's being tongue-in-cheek because we want you to show that video. So do that for us. Please, pretty please. If you need some help from the community, let us know so we can give you some help. You need that cabinet, bro. You gotta get that cabinet so you can play that amp for us, because that's what we want to hear. So, or, well, I don't know about regifting, but you got to hold on to it. But definitely we want to hear the noise. We want to hear your impressions of it. So if you don't give us anything, that's the tragedy, is you're not sharing it with the world. You are gifted something. I'm not picking on you, Dale. We love you. I love you. We love you. We understand what's going on with you. I think it's pretty clear that everybody in blue here knows what your current story is. So, you know, there's no fault given there. But something like that is a hell of a freaking gift. I don't even know, you have to know. You have to know how important that is, how cool that is, how rare that is, the gift that you've been given. Despite all the other bullshit, I know your situation, so that's not what this is about. So get that cabinet, bro. Build the cabinet. I don't give a fuck what you do. The rest of the world wants to hear you play that thing. Period. That's it. If you don't do that, that's the tragedy. All right? So get that cabinet, get it made, and if you need help, reach out. Let us know. Because I bet your sweet ball sack, we will make sure that you can get the freaking cabinet that you need to get for that thing. So just that's my tongue-in-cheek way. Don't take that any way negative, okay? I'm being a jackass, but at the same time, I want you to know that I'm saying that in a loving, like, playful manner. So I know it sounds horrible the way I was putting it, but get a freaking cabinet. Get a cabinet and make a fucking butt ton of freaking noise and post it on YouTube so that the rest of the world, like this fucking jackass right here, can listen to it, because that's the thing that we want to hear. If there's anything else that you got to do on your bucket list, that's one of them. Doesn't matter. B52 cabinet, you know it's not good. Dale, you know it's not good. So obviously we know that you're not going to be able to play it at full blast. It's highly unlikely that you're going to be able to play it loud enough where you're getting all 400 watts out of it, where it's going to be a danger to the cabinet that you're playing through to blow it up. Where it will be a problem is if you get like a single 25 watt speaker and put it in a box. That will be a problem. You need to have something that's at least 200 watts, right? And yeah, my screen sharing ended over there, but whatever. We're not worried about that. You need to have something that can handle at least 200 watts, which means you need 4 50-watt speakers or 2 100-watt speakers, right? Do the math on that, however you want to do it. You got to buy a cab. That's the easiest, quickest, dirtiest way around it. You can go down to the Guitar Center and find one on any day of the week. Most all of those are going to be 200 watts because most of the speakers that they put in these days are 50 to 100 watts each, right? If you buy like a Marshall cab, a lot of them are loaded with the G12T 75s. 75 watts a piece. That's a 150 watt cab or something like that, right? Or a little bit more than that. It's not quite 300 watts. Trust me, it's not quite 300 watts. But you want at least, at the minimum, a 100 watt cab. But if you can get away with it, a 200 watt cab. They realistically cost about $1,200 if you buy them new. If you buy them used, it's a little bit cheaper. So if you have access to a B52 cab, I'm assuming it's a four-hole cab, right? So it's like a 4x12. Then just buy the damn speakers. If you're going to buy the speakers, buy the Celestions. Pick your Celestion of choice. If you want vintage 30s, get the vintage 30s. They are not actually 30-watt speakers. They're a little bit more than that. But with 4 of those, you got 30, 60, 90. You got about a little over 100 watts. That's enough. It will get loud enough, and you're probably never going to get to turn the amp up loud enough to notice it. But you're going to have to get some speakers. If you get the G12T 75s, those are 75 watts a piece. 4 of those, you got your 150 watts, so thereabouts. A little bit more. Well, not quite 300, but it's very close. Just, you have to get those speakers. The biggest thing is the speakers. I spent a couple bucks. I haven't shown it yet. It's behind. It's right down there. It's underneath this guy. It's a Shoals. It's the Shoals sugar cone is what it's called. It was a $200 speaker, but it's rated for 200 watts. No, 100 watts. Excuse me. It's rated for 100 watts. With 4 of those in one cab, that's 400 watts. What do you know? And it sounds pretty fucking good. I haven't exposed it because I'm still doing shit with it. I'm still trying to figure out what it's about. All right. There's not that much difference in the cabs. And if you watch that video, what's that dude's name from Tennessee or whatever that does all those like expose videos? Like what makes the sound of a microphone? What makes the sound of a speaker? What makes the sound of a pickup? What makes the sound of a guitar? I can't remember his name. He does a bunch of videos though. The guy's out there. He does this whole thing on all kinds of different guitar cabinets, and he does it with particle board. He does it with MDF. He does it with pine. He does it with all these on different sizes. Small box, large box, that whole thing, whatever. The big difference, he came up with like 11 things that make all the freaking Mike Lowell or something. That might be right. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. If you look for what makes a guitar cabinet sound on YouTube, I'll bet you'll find it. He did it within the last couple of years, but he built like every cabinet type there is, and he came up with like 7 or 11 different like things that make up the difference. The big thing is the speaker. So the type of speaker that you put in there, that's obviously the biggest difference. The size of the cabinet kind of has a pretty sizable thing on it, whatever. Most 4x12s are the same kind of basic size. And then all the other stuff I really don't think adds up to it. Like more or less it's either single cabinet size that's appropriately sized or oversized. Oversized can sound bigger, smaller size can sound smaller. 4x12, they all kind of come in the same basic fucking size. So if you get anything that's in the standard size range with the 4x12, if you load it with 4 12-inch speakers, it's going to be good. It's not going to sound that much different from a Marshall, from a Mesa, from an Angle, from a whatever, XYZ. The most single expensive part is going to be the speakers. And it's mainly going to come down to the wattage that you need. So you need 400 watts. You need at least 200. But it would be best if you got 400 watts worth of speaker. When you run them all in parallel, let's say you run them in series parallel. So you have 16 ohm. So you got get that in view. 16 ohm, 16 ohm, 16 ohm, 16 ohm. And you run those in parallel. You got 8 ohm, 8 ohm. And then you run those in series. All right. You end up with a 16 ohm cap. Or you can have an 8 or a 4 ohm cap, right? Because it would be 4 ohms in each side, right? No, is that right? 16, 16. Ran in parallel, that would be 8. And then you run those in series, that would be 16. If you run them in parallel, they would be 4, right? So it'd be hard to get an 8 ohm cab, but you could have a 4 ohm cab, or you can get a 16 ohm cab. I highly suggest going with a 16 ohm cab variant. It's a little bit easier on the amp. If you go with 4 ohm, you're going to get the most amount of power, but you're not going to utilize all the noise that you can get out of it. It's all about the sound of the speakers, for sure. For sure, it's all about the sound of the speakers, but it's which ones you're going to go with. When you get into the 100-watt options, there's not a whole lot of 100-watt options. If you go Celestion, I suggest Celestion because the sound is known. They're not bad. They make these red back ones. Hold on, let me go I'm going to go to the side over here. I'm going to go away from you guys. I'm sorry. Celestion. Let's talk about this real quick. Let's go. Products. Guitar. Guitar speakers. There's 39 variants available from Celestion alone. But we are going to dumb it down to 12-inch, which leaves you with 30 options. EV12s are what Andy suggested, but those things are about $200 a piece. So by the time you get 4 of them in there, that's 2, 4, 6, that's what, $800, $1,000 basically after shipping. What was that? Is that version that you got, the EV12L or 12M or whatever from Sweetwater, is like $168? I don't know. Let's see if I can find wattage. We're going to look for 16 ohm variants because that's more or less what you have to fill it up with. And I want, oh, they don't give me, we're going to go with ceramic. That drops you down to 15 options. So they have a G12 100 Raven, which is a 12-inch, 8 or 16 ohm with a sensitivity of 100 dB. That's actually really good. But it's a 100-watt speaker. They've got the, let's see here. They got the classic Lead 80, which is basically an 80-watt speaker. Andy really likes the classic Lead 80. Or the G12H 150 Redback. Now that's the one I was more or less thinking. So let me get you over to what I'm talking about here. So there you go. This guy right here is the one I was thinking of. It's the G12H 150 Redback. It's 150 watts, obviously. So with 4 of these, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 600 watts worth of speaker. So you'd be well in the safe range. These are not horrible sounding. They are not horrible sounding. They're definitely meant more for metalheads, but yada, yada, yada. This is their frequency response, whatever. It doesn't add up to much. They're going to be pretty heavy in bass, and they got a nice little 2K spike, right? I do not know what these cost, though. So what does it say if we go to buy? Where to buy? Allow this time. I don't give a fuck. Just tell me where to buy. I want United of the States. Let's go here. Freaking 93436. That's where I'm at. You guys get to see it. Amazon. We're going to Amazon, bitches. And of course, it doesn't actually show it. Whatever. Don't get this one. I won't get the full back either. Don't get that one. $320. You won't have much fun there. All right. Yeah, obviously that was a bad decision. My apologies. Let's go American Musical Supply and see if they actually give us the freaking one that we were looking for. Nope. 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 What I can tell you is that this speaker is probably right around the $200 mark. It's going to be right around the $200 mark. Okay. So if you go with that, right around the $200 mark. Now the classic Lead 80 is one of Andy's favorites. I believe it's an 80 watt speaker. It has a little bit less, I mean, only 1 dB, so it's not, that doesn't mean much. It's an 80 watt speaker, so 80, that's 160, that's 300 and, I don't know the fucking math. Do the math. 160 plus 160 is 340 or something like that. All right, 340 watts. It's pretty dang close, right? It'll get you where you need to go, right? Classic Lead 80s are definitely more affordable. So, yeah, let's go. Classic Lead 80. No, delete. And I want to get rid of that as well. Backspace and space, enter. And $160, right? So 4 of those are going to set you back, what, like $500, right? $500. That's not horrible, right? Classic Lead 80s, whatever. What was the other one? The EV12, 12M, I think is what it was. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Let's go to Sweetwater. My apologies. Sweetwater. Blam. And I believe it was the EV12M. EV12. Oh, you motherfucker. Sorry. EV12. Let's see, is it going to give me anything? Let's just see what it gives me with that. Really? Really? That's what it's going to give me with that? Speaker, EV12M or 12L. 12L? Let's go 12L. See what that gives us. There it is. $279, $280. So you can kind of see, and they got 2 different versions. It's the Zach Wild version. Whatever. Get a used Fender Raw Deluxe and give away the... No. So if you want to go the expensive route, the EVM12L, which is a current favorite for that type of amp. It's a 200 watt speaker, so 246, 800 watts of capability in one cabinet. You could go that route. It is expensive though. These will be a much brighter speaker though. I can tell you that right now. So you're kind of left with 3 options at this point. Classic Lead 80s will get you right close to 300 watts. You're never going to use all 400 watts of that amp. I can tell you right now. So that'll be safe. Those are cheap. Those are about $160 a piece. If you go with the EV12Ms or EVM12Ls, excuse me, $280 a piece. That is basically $300 a pop. 3, 6, 9, 12. $1,200 plus the cost of the cab. And now let's look at the Celestion. What was it fucking called? 150. Let's just see what it gives me. Hey, what do you know? 150 green. It's $180, right? So just a little bit more than the classic Lead 80 if you want to go down that route. I would go with the 16 ohm variant for your cabinet so you can run them in 8 ohm pairs and either get 4 or 16 ohm to run it by. So there it is, the 12. God damn, my ass is all sweaty and shit, and it's like stuck. My butt's getting raw. I'm sitting on a fucking stool in here, comment. There you have it. Those are the 3 options I would go with, but those are the options I would go with. The B52 cab is kind of irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, mainly because the cabinet is a small factor in the grand scheme. The speakers make the big difference. If you want the best of the best, go with the EVM 12Ls. If you want the second best, I would say go with the Celestion G12H 150s here that we're looking at currently. And if you want to settle for the lowest possible bang for the buck, go with the classic Lead 80s. They might even be able to give you a deal on the classic Lead 80s. Let's see what they got for classic Lead 80. $159. I doubt they're going to give you a real deal if you buy 4 of them, but you can buy the open box ones for $143, which is kind of bullshit because it's only like $10 less for an open box unit, which means it has been probably opened and played and then returned. I don't know. To me, that's used enough. So I'm just saying, my vote would be great, given all the costs, the expense of it in and of itself. If you can get the cabinet for $150 or it's available for free, get the cabinet. I don't give a fuck what it is. If it's a Behringer unit, a B52 unit, or a Marshall unit, whatever it might be, get it. Just, you have to have it. If it's empty, that's great because now you got options. You can fill it with whatever the fuck you want. I would fill it with the G12 150Hs, the G12H 150s. That will get you the most bang for the buck, right? You know, you have 600 watts worth of guitar cab, which is enough. They are meant more for metal, so they will be slightly darker. It won't be too bright, which means they'll be nice and bassy and heavy. It'll be thick, body, bold, right? That kind of thing. And if you really, really have the money and you're really willing to expend the budget, go with the EV12Ms or EVM 12Ls, excuse me. Those ones will get you kind of the sound that the whole high watt thing was kind of meant to have, or more akin to that. They will be brighter, but that's not to say that they're going to be less full or less bassy or whatnot. They're just going to be less bright. That's all, or more bright. That's all I'm saying. So more high end frequency. Hey, Colby, holy hell. Thank you for coming in. You got in at the buzzer. Like, we're ready to call freaking, it's about done over here. But, so, get the classic and put in, yeah. Well, you could do that. So yeah, budget, classic lead, middle of the road, G12H 150s, high budget, do the EVM 12Ls or EVM 12Ls. Yeah, that's it. That's what I would suggest. That's my honest go at it. But just kind of hearkening back a little bit to the whole, thing that John was kind of teasing about with the, whatever. You have to give us that video. You gotta give us that video. So get the cabinet. Get the cabinet. If you need help, reach out, dude. Reach out. We will help you. I can goddamn guarantee that if you do a live, well, I don't know if you can do a live. I don't know what your subscriber count is. I'm going to go to your channel here in a little bit. We'll figure that out. But do those things and ask for help if you need the help. You have love in the community. Get it. Take that love. Get that thing, because that's what we want. That's the only thing we want. We want to see that amp fucking being played. That is a bucket list item there, my man. And on that note, I'm going to call it a day. There are 9 of you in here right now. I'm shocked. This somehow managed to get 152 views. But the chat rate's doing good. I love that. The classic Lead 80 has gained some popularity. Andy does like it. I will say that also John does like it. Nobody hates it. I'll tell you that. I've never heard anything bad about it. It's just not their best option. It's a good option though. Classic Lead 80. It's 80 watts each. That's 160 plus 160. That's 320, 340 watts or whatever the fuck it is. So that'll get you there. That'll make some fucking noise. It'll make some glorious noise. I remember when AMS was actually where I used to be. But I don't know what the difference would. So the classic Lead 80 just doesn't have quite as much balls as the G12H 150 is. Right? It looks like there might be a more pointed high frequency content. Their frequency responses, I've noticed, at least for Celestions, all kind of have this similar thing going for them. They all sound like remarkably different than what they show. It makes no sense. So this is the G12-100 Raven. So this is ceramic. It's lightweight, whatever. See what I mean? Like there's always a dip right around, 1.5K. It always seems to spike right around 2K. But this one just seems to have a little more solid low end. A pretty modest high frequency peak. But they all kind of do this similar thing. But I can tell you right now, oh goodness, excuse me. This one's going to sound different than the G12H one. Goodness gracious. The G12H 150. All right. This is one of their higher end speakers. Now I got the fucking hiccups. Gall darn it. The G12 T75. I like them. To me, they sound pretty neutral. They're pretty bright, not too heavy on the bass. But if you look at it, what does it look like? It looks just like all the freaking rest. Not quite as much high end frequency, but yet they sound so freaking bright. It doesn't have quite the sensitivity, so it won't get quite as loud, but it is a 75 watt speaker. So 75, that is 150. That is a 300 watt cabinet if you get 4 of these. I don't know. Not everybody's a fan of them. So whatever. And I don't know what the A type is. I wouldn't go with the A type. The V type, I've heard some good, some bad. I wouldn't go with the V type. I would go with the G12H 150. If I needed a middle of the road, I know it's going to work and it's going to sound decent. This is the speaker I would probably go with. Again, just pretty full low end, a dip around 1.5K, and then it's got a pretty pronounced high frequency response. So maybe it does do the thing. I don't know. I haven't actually heard it yet myself, so I don't know. But I know that, what's his freaking knuckle? Not Tone Priest. What's that guy that, not British, not Australian. I can't remember where he's from. He's from one of those European countries, though. He recently did a thing, the Carnivore, whatever that Carnivore speaker. This is kind of what it's based off of. That Carnivore speaker is this made by Eminence. Just saying. So if you're really into that, Eminence might be another option if you want to go with the Carnivore. It's about 100 and something 50 watt speaker as well. I think this is what kind of started the whole thing, was this one here, though, if I'm not mistaken. But another option is the Raven. I don't know what the Raven costs. Let's look and see what the Raven goes for. So let's go back over here. We're going to go back to Sweetwater. And then we're going to go Celestion Raven. Bam. Let's see what we get. Oh, what do you know? Holy shit. It's even cheaper still. Imagine that. It is a newer option from them, though, so I don't know. Spec-wise, it looks good. It is only 100 watts as opposed to 150, but it looks like they're trying to push it because they're giving it bold optional graphics. BOG, as they call it. 12-inch, 100 watts. So that would give you the exact 400 watts that you need at, the ohmage that you want it at. 70 to 5 kilo. I don't know. That's not a horrible option. It's not exorbitantly heavy either. It won't make your balls drop. How's that? So this is a new option. I haven't heard many reviews on it. I don't know much about it. So based on the spec, it looks like it's pretty mild. It's got a nice little spike right around 2K, though. That's up there. I don't know. It'll have some brightness to it. That's good. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. I don't know what kind of music you're into. If you're into more of that metal-y kind of sound, I get the feeling that's what this one is aimed towards. It's still pretty full in the bass, but this one all looks kind of the same. And again, a little dip right around 1.5K. Go imagine, right? But at least based on what I can see, lightweight ceramic, it won't bust your balls. That's tongue-in-cheek. By the way, that's a zinger, but just take it a grain of salt. All right. Anyway, enough of that bullshit. You guys, I am tired. It is 9:30. I got to get to bed. Tomorrow is another work day. I have more stuff coming tomorrow. What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do tomorrow? Fuck, I got to come up with a freaking lesson plan. Today I was so busy at work, I did not get to sit around and like kind of even, I didn't even get time to like yank one out. Like it was that busy today. So, I put this in here just because I wanted to test fit it. It is going to work like a fucking dream. Oh, I fucking nailed it. I think, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I need to get the power section kind of dialed in. Like I need to get all the wires kind of figured out how I'm going to run the power section. The power section is the most important part. But whether you believe it or know it or not, the power section of the amp is the amp. That is the heartbeat of the amp. So if you're going to cut corners, the power supply and the power output section is not the place to cut corners. Okay. So what I'm getting at is, you know, power transformers are the single most expensive unit inside of the amp, right? Like this chassis might be $100. The labor that I put into it, that's nothing compared to the actual cost of the transformer. The power transformer in this amp is a about a $300 unit. After all the time I've spent with it, yeah, sure, $350 after shipping all that jazz, but $300 easy just for the power transformer in this. That is where all the money goes, right? The output transformer is the second most expensive single item in the amp that actually contributes to the quality of the amp. The chassis in and of itself, not so much. I like aluminum. That is a me thing. You can do it out of steel. You can do it out of aluminum. There is a difference. Yes, there is a difference. Some people like aluminum. Some people like steel. I like aluminum. Who are you? I don't know. Go buy 2 of these things and figure it out. I like aluminum. So, there are some things that obviously got to get figured out before we can start really getting going. But one of those big things is the layout of the wires that are going to go for the power section here. I kind of want to get that dialed in. And you saw a little bit of what I was working with over here. I got this guy. This guy is going to my voltage selector, which is buried in my mess of shit over here. There it is. All right, this is my voltage selector. It's going to go in here. And my hope is that this thing is going to go something like this. It's going to go in like that. It's going to twist over and it's going to land something like that, right? Right. Imagine those all going up into here, but it's going to land like right in here somewhere. The 4 wires that need to connect to this will come from here and just right in. I'm not going to go out, over, and then in like this. I don't have the room underneath here. Do remember, I have this guy. Where is it? Where did it go? Right here. This guy right here is going in that space right there. All right. So I can't really run too many connectors like this in this zone right here. So it's either got to go here or it's got to go over the, you motherfucker. It dropped. And there's none of you watching anymore. So you guys that are here are getting the real deal shit of what's going to happen. So, all right. So this thing's got to go somewhere. I'm thinking like right there. All right. Something like that. And then the wires will shoot straight across. Why would I want to run the wire straight across even if it doesn't look as pretty as running it out? Because if I run it out this way, you'll never fucking see them. You know why you'll never fucking see them? I'm sorry. I'm tongue-in-cheek. I'm kidding with you guys. That's why you never fucking see them. Because it'd be running right underneath that guy, right? If I run it out to the edge and then over again, you'd never freaking see them because they're hidden underneath this guy. I don't like doing it that way, though. I like the shortest possible path. So the shortest possible path is right across, right? So that's kind of why I'm thinking that is the plan. But I won't know until I actually get the freaking thing built. So it might look like something like that. Keep in mind, again, you're not going to see a whole hell of a lot of that because the PEM is right there, right? So this would be kind of in there like that. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. And then some of the other wires will go out and around. So this guy here, I kind of already showed it, but this guy here will connect again, like somewhere over here, and then go underneath and land over here somewhere, right? And then we got to deal with the power switch and stuff like that. So all those little things got to get worked out. Fuck, I did it again. All those little things got to get worked out. And once I get that kind of worked out, then we can really get to the nitty gritty. So that is the plan for tomorrow. I don't know that I'll do a live tomorrow because maybe I'll spend most of the time just working out that lesson plan, if you want to call it that. Other things include, will I show you guys burning out the, the faceplates or whatnot? Like, I don't know that I want to show you guys that. Like, you can't really see it anyway. I don't have a camera pointed at it. And even if I did, it would just look like a freaking glowing light just going back and forth a bunch. I don't know. We're going to figure all that stuff out one way or another. There's a bunch of shit that we can do. I got to do some more back end work, but tomorrow there may or may not be a video while I figure all this crap out. But in the meantime, there's only 4 of you. That means all the people I care about are still here. So I'm going to call it a night. It is 9:35. I've been at this for 4 hours even, 4 hours and 1 minute. So thank you all so freaking much. Sorry, I was looking for this. It's usually over there. We're going to call it a night. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Take care. Goodbye.